time. You're off to your 5th Olympic Games, and we've got to get through the regatta of death first, and then on to Poznan. We wish you, the whole rowing community wishes you and the team all the very best for a successful campaign this year.
Thank you, Raymond. And just in closing from me, good luck to everyone in finals today. I hope you put your best race out. Obviously, not everyone can win, but if you get off the water knowing that you've done your best, you should be proud and continue in the sport. So good luck to everyone racing today.
Thank you, Rhett. Appreciate your time.
In every corner of this great country, Australians are chasing their dreams to be the best at what they do. In Australia and on the world stage. Through persistence and commitment, teamwork and resilience. With pride in what they do. Even in the toughest of times during the pandemic, pathways were found. With a shared vision to represent Australia, to be the best they can be, and to contribute to our nation.
Our patron, Gina Reinhardt, helps to give me the leadership and inspiration
to want to be the best.
To climb the biggest mountains of our lives.
Setting myself up now and into the future.
Like these great Australians, we too continually strive to be the best at everything we do.
We have varied and exciting career opportunities across our mining and agricultural businesses. To join Australia's most successful private company group, head to futureaustralianjobs.com for more information. Roy Hill and Atlas, investing in Australia's future.
Founded by Sean P. Colgan, the Colgan Foundation has supported athletes, students, scientists, mentors, Catholic clergy, war veterans, and others in need since 1995. The philanthropic reach of the foundation extends across many nations, from Philadelphia high schoolers to children in El Salvador, to rowers from the Antipodes, active military in undisclosed international locations. The efforts of the Colgan Foundation make an impact around the world. Rowing Australia is pleased to be a partner with the Colgan Foundation in developing our national 8-oared cruise for 2028.
Lizzie, just mentioning the Colgan Foundation there. Of course, Sean lives in New Zealand these days.
Oh, does he really?
I
there you
believe
go.
so, yeah.
Right. Still has a strong presence in Henley upon Thames.
And he's done great things for rowing in Australia and rowing Australia.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
So the first race is at 8:05, the under-17 women's single scull. There's 8 scullers in that, a B final. I suppose we need to warn people or caution people that the B finals will be disrupted as far as our presentation's concerned, because the presentation of medals will go on while B finals are being raced.
That's right, which is in some ways a bit of a shame, because everything has been so hotly contested this year. But in another way, of course, we celebrate those who've actually managed to make it through to the A final, and we want to focus on those races and celebrating the successes of those who have managed to secure medals.
And in the A final of the under-17 women's single scull, later on, you've discovered who the coach of Kinross Wallaroi, Lucy
We
Reedy,
have,
is.
all to be revealed. In the meantime, the B final of the under-17 women's single scull is going to kick off our racing on this glorious day at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. In lane 1, we're going to have Kate McNeil from Mercantile Rowing Club, coached by Andrew McNeil. In lane 2, Chloe Hitchens from Glebe Rowing Club, coached by Milan Parker and Natalia Du. In lane 3, Sarah Thomas from St Mary's College, Tasmania, coached by Susan Weeding. In lane 4, Keely Adebar from St Patrick's, Townsville, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 5, Isabella Henderson from the Armadale School, coached by Marty Inglis. In lane 6, Summer Phillips from Commercial Rowing Club of Queensland, coached by Ross Beto and School, New South Wales, coached by Chris McCarthy and a team of other people. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Sabrina Koskar, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dua Kalantar.
So our director, John Williamson, has added a drone to today's footage. Thanks to drone, just adding a spectacular shot at the start line now of race 1 today. There's 107 races today, Lizzie.
Good Lord, that's a huge number, isn't it? And we're spanning all age groups and all levels of experience in rowing.
And just heard the buzzer go, and they're underway in the first of the day.
They are. So we have under-17 women here who have really battled through heats, repêchages, semi-final, and now into the B final. And amongst them, we have people who have represented and their clubs and schools at their various different state championships. And in lane 1, Kate McNeil, of course, the winner of the Victorian State Championship. And was it schoolgirl?
She may be winning the most kilometres
here, quite late on the night.
The repechage of the or the semi. She was coming down in a pair. Keely, as you were. School, Isabella Henderson's right by Marty Inglis, Isabella Henderson. Keely Adebar, coached by Harrison Parks at St Patrick's College in Townsville, an all-girls school in Townsville, and founded by the Sisters of Mercy early in the 1900s. And the two of them in stations 5 and 4 are going hammer and tong out in the lead. Third is possibly Summer Phillips, although over in lane 2, Chloe Hitchens of Glebe is in the mix there as well. So it's lane 5 and 4, heading it up from lane 2, Glebe, and lane 6, Commercial. And then back to lane 3, the St Mary's College sculler from Hobart, Sarah Thomas, who's coached by Susan Weeding. It's a stunning day here today, Lizzie.
Absolutely beautiful, yes. A little bit of a breeze swirling around, but most of the course is as flat. And very interesting. It looks as though we have static umpiring today. So we have the umpires' launches stationed up the side of the course by the looks of things, rather than actually following the course. The reason for that is it creates far less wash, and with the packed races that we have, I think what they're trying to do is eliminate any wash.
Yeah, and I can't count. I was counting the number of lanes across, and I have to admit I got it wrong. It's actually Summer Phillips of Commercial and the Armadale Schools, Isabella Henderson, who are out in the lead, and Summer Phillips has her bow in front. She's coached by Ross Bartho and David Vandas. David Vandas, of course, a native of the Czech Republic and doing a very good job. Summer is in the final of the double scull later on in the of Commercial Rowing Club. She's a student at St Peter's Lutheran College, and Armadale School, Isabella Henderson, coached by Marty Inglis. They're our two leading scullers. Keely Adebar, who I was giving credit to earlier, is in fact in about 6th or 7th place at the moment. And in 3rd place is Chloe Hitchens of Glebe. But Summer Phillips looking to be ranked 9th in Australia. If you can't be in the A final, then go out and win the B final and make a statement.
100%. Every race is a great opportunity to challenge yourself and see just how far you can push yourself and how well you can row. So why would you not take advantage of this very high quality field here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at our national championships? I was talking to Anthony Edwards earlier this morning. We were saying what a great opportunity for girls who know the competition in their own states to then come to the nationals and make new friends, meet new people, new experiences. It all really just expands your horizons.
And you carry that with you for the rest of your life, Lizzie.
Oh,
That's
100%.
why some old people like you and I are still here doing
right.
it.
Exactly right. Well, I never rowed at school, and I don't think there was schoolgirl rowing back then. That's a very long time ago. And great sport, and it and so tremendous opportunity, but as you say, the great friendships you make along the way, and it's such a great way to travel the world. So this year we're all of our fun facts. It's a great city and there's lots to love about it, and Penrith in particular is beautiful. Next year we will be in Tasmania at Lake Barrington.
And don't forget, there's the Women in Sport breakfast is on at the moment in the Row Union tent. So if you want a late ticket, the Women in Sport breakfast is on in the Row Union tent.
Another great opportunity to make friends, perhaps for those a little bit older than schoolgirls.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw half the commentary team in the Row Union tent after racing yesterday.
Did you? You were an observer, were you, Ray?
No, they'd gone. I was seeing it all on social media because I was too busy working still.
Same here. I was still measuring blades out in the boat park.
So a good race coming here. Summer Phillips was just behind the early leader, the Armidale School, in the first 250 or 300 metres or so, but she's probably got a length's lead now, I'd suggest. Yeah, so one of the scullers there has lost the compass and ended up in lane 3, the sculler from lane 4, St Patrick's Townsville, but she's coming back to where she's supposed to be. That probably happened by catching a crab and turning the boat sideways, but she's recovered. But unfortunately, she's off the pace and lost many lengths. Summer Phillips of Commercial is moving away with every stroke she takes as she comes to the 1500 metre mark. The championship quarter is just about to end, a third quarter.
And I would say there's been some fantastic pushes there. Chloe Hitchens has managed to reduce the lead that Isabella Henderson had over her. So gradually that field closing up, and Henderson. Bug, we've seen and she seems to be coming back strongly. The field, really. I'm so impressed. Those early leaders went out really fast and got a good lead, but I think the rest of the field is starting to close up on them.
Well, I don't know how many years we've been doing under 17s now, but every year the standard goes up.
Yes, and I think looking across the coaches of these under 17s, we've got some really good quality coaching going on as well, and that of course helps. So, and we've been very lucky over the last decade, 15 years or so, with some great coach education going on. I think we're reaping the benefits of that.
And credit to Ron Batt for that, and the state associations as well, of course.
Yes, 100%.
But Summer Phillips of Commercial Rowing Club, she's coached there by Ross Bartho, and David Van Das has got more than a length's lead here over the Armidale School. Isabella Henderson in second place. So Summer Phillips to be ranked 9th in Australia, and Armidale School's Isabella Henderson will be ranked 10th. And then follows the Glebe sculler Chloe Hitchens. As you said, she's coming home very nicely, Lizzie, over there in Station 2, coached by Millan Parker and Natalia Durr. Summer Phillips still about a length lead. The Armidale sculler's lifting there, and she's probably got a bit of overlap now. And still coming home strongly is And the A final's underway, so we'll bring. But it is commercial. Summer Phillips will answer the challenge. The Armidale School, Isabella Henderson will be second. Chloe Hitchens will be third. Fourth will be the St Mary's Sculler, Sarah Thomas. Fifth will be the Ascombe Sculler. Fifth and eighth is St Patrick's Townsville. And the winning. And Lizzie, can you bring us the field in the A final, please?
I certainly can. So in lane 1, representing Commercial Rowing Club, we have Holly Fleming. In lane 2, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Talia Turnbull. In lane 3, also representing Commercial Rowing Club, Sienna Becker. In lane 4, from Mossman Rowing Club, Elise Coates. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Reedy. In lane 6, from Loretto Normanhurst, Patricia Boland. In lane 7, from Centenary Rowing Club, Greta Knott. And in lane 8, from Unley High, Georgie Twelfth Tree.
And it looks like it's the Mossman Sculler, Elise Coates, who's the early leader there.
And what a fantastic regatta she has had. Talk about hard-working. Single scull, double scull, quad scull, and fantastic performances in all of those. She's must mention her father, Ian Coates, a great doing a great job there with these under-17 girls in terms of the support and encouragement, and they're a wonderful squad. And here's Elise in the final of the under-17 women's single scull and in the centre lane.
And she's about a length clear of Patricia Boland. You're calling her Patty Boland. She's coached by Thomas Parker and Lily Gavin at Loretto Normanhurst. And then across to possibly Talia Turnbull of Canberra Rowing Club. She's coached by Mark Kwiatkowski these days. And then in the middle would be Kinross Walleroy's Lucy Reedy. Did you say she's coached by Emma Fessy?
Coached by Emma Fessy there, who's heading up the junior section of Kinross Walleroy School under head coach Andrew Gannon.
Okay, but it is Elise Coates from Mossman Rowing Club. But an overlap coming for Patricia Boland now as she sets out after the early leader, Elise Coates. Pushing through is Lucy Reedy of Kinross Walleroy. She's clearly in third place. And the way the lanes are, they've earned these middle lanes by their performances in the early rounds. And that's probably what the field's supposed to look like. The medals should be in the middle of the field.
Yes, you would think so. This is absolutely the big screens in the grounds. Have a look. Really.
It is, and still Elise Coates leads. Patricia Boland in second place, then back to Kinross Walleroy of Canberra is in fourth place, then follows Greta Knott, Commercial, Holly Fleming of Commercial, and Georgie Twelfth of Unley High is back in eighth place. But she's led from the outset, Elise Coates, from the time the lights up there turned from red to green. She got away smartly, and she's still holding that length lead that she established by the first 750 metre mark.
And that goes to show a couple months more training at the New South, what a difference it can make. At the New South Wales State Championships earlier in the year, Patty Boland was the gold medalist, Talia Turnbull was the silver medalist, and Elise Coates was bronze medalist.
Okay.
So I think Elise now going, right, now is my time, I want that gold medal.
But Boland's not done with yet. She's not going to throw it away. She's certainly lifting her rate. And also in the middle there, Lucy Reedy of Kinross Walleroy. She's having a fair dinkum crack as well.
Yep, she was in that A final at the New South Wales State Championships as well, but she came last that day. She was sixth.
Yep. It's not exactly bow ball to bow ball, but it is a good race unfolding. And Elise Coates is responding rate similar to little more. Elise Coates of Mossman over Patricia Boland of Loretto Normanhurst and Kinross Walleroy's Lucy Reedy holding down the bronze medal position. Talia Turnbull of Canberra is in fourth. Mossman is going to be the first gold medalist of the 2024 Australian Rowing Championships here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. She's going to be the under-17 women's single scull champion of Australia, Elise Coates-Mossman, across. Lucy Reedy is in third. Fourth will be Canberra. And my goodness, fifth, Commercial in three. Then lane one, I think, will be sixth. And who knows between Greta Knott and Georgie, 12.3. They're saying 12.3 was seventh and Greta Knott was eighth. 8 minutes, 16.95.
So just recapping the results there of our first final of the day, the under-17 women's single scull. It was a win for Elise Coates of Mossman Rowing Club. Second, Patty Boland of Loretto Normanhurst. Third was Lucy Reedy of Kinross Walleroy. Fourth, Talia Turnbull of Canberra Rowing Club. Fifth, Holly Fleming of Commercial. Sixth was Sienna Becker of Commercial. Seventh, Georgie 12.3 of Unley High. And eighth, Greta Knott of Centenary.
And the B final of the under-17 men's single sculls is well down the course.
Indeed it is, and in lane one we've got Nudgee College represented by Jacob Brown. In lane two, Leonardo Hughes of the Southport School. In lane three, Hunter Valley Grammar School represented by Harrison Skelly Osmond. In lane four, Pembroke School represented by Jeremy Yu. In lane five, Brisbane Grammar School represented by Oliver Kent. In lane six, Buckingham Rowing Club of Tasmania represented by Beau Furlong. In lane seven, Mossman Rowing Club, Floris Elias. And in lane eight, from the Southport School, Harrison Howard.
And out here in Penrith, you can find a mix of history, art and the outdoors in the action-packed Western Sydney suburb of Penrith. So welcome to everybody who's staying in Penrith at the moment. Looks like the Nudgee sculler Jacob Brown on the far side of the course is our leader. And he was disappointed not to make the A final, but as we get out and win the B final. Brisbane Grammar, Oliver Kent in Station 5. His dad ran second at the World Under-19 Championship. And, back in those days. Morgan and Amelia Connolly. He's just over the Buckingham sculler. Beau Furlong is in third position. In fact, it's Leonardo Hughes that's in the lead.
Yeah, Leonardo Hughes, who was the gold medalist at your last Queensland State Championships, I think. Was that in September? No, January was your state champs, wasn't it? Yes, so it must have been Head of the River or something. But yes, certainly has definitely got form and has had a good regatta.
So
and,
Jacob Brown
in the lead at
appears
halfway.
not to have started. That lane one's vacant. 1, 2,
yes,
3,
it would
4,
appear
5,
so.
6,
Yep.
7.
Yep.
So it's Leonardo Hughes, coached by Cam Kennedy, who coached the winning Head of the River crew just last Saturday at the Queensland Rowing at the Head of the River for the Great Public Schools Regatta at Lake Wyaralong. And his charge here, Leonardo Hughes, has got a commanding lead in the B final of the under-17 men's single scull.
Sitting in second place, Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School.
Yep, and this is race for the Piper Cup, the A final.
Indeed it is, yep. So a good showing here from Queensland with first and second positions sewn up, and then it's Beau Furlong from Buckingham in fourth. Mossman Rowing Club, and then Jeremy Yu, our under-17 state champion from South. So coming into the finish line now, Leonardo Hughes of the Southport School taking out our second B final of the day in the under-17 men's single scull, and a fantastic race. Surely a photo finish between Oliver Kent and Beau Furlong. That was amazing.
And then another photo finish for fourth and fifth, I think. Harrison Skelly Osmond has been judged fourth. Fifth is Floris Elias. Sixth is Jeremy Yu. Harrison Howard. Winning time 7 minutes 48.05 and the margin 3.78. And the A final is underway, Lizzie.
In lane 1 of the under-17 men's single scull A final, Xander Bailey of Corio Bay. In lane 2, Alex Lamprey of St Virgil's College, Tasmania. In lane 3, Callum Wigston from Buckingham Rowing Club, Tasmania. In lane 4, George Field from St Ignatius College, Riverview. In lane 5, Harrison Braithwaite from Marist College, Canberra. In lane 6, Llewellyn Gray of St Virgil's College, Tasmania. In lane 7, Lockie Tyndall from the King's School, Parramatta. And in lane 8, Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club, right here in Penrith.
And it's the Marist College sculler Harrison Braithwaite that leads. He's coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Mark Kwiatkowski. 3 minutes 45.19. Narrowly over Lockie Tyndall of the King's School in second place. Then follows George Field in third place, and he's representing St Ignatius College, and Callum Wigston of Buckingham is back in fourth place. And just on this side of the course, the Nepean sculler Ezekiel Pratt somewhat off the pace here, as is the sculler from St Virgil's Llewellyn Gray, who raced very well in the semi-finals. Just having a little Lockie Tyndall of Kings and Marist College of ACT, Harrison Braithwaite, who've moved out into gold and silver, silver and gold. Let's wait and see. And then in third place is St Ignatius George Field. He's coached by Matthew Curtin and Daniel Noonan. Dan Noonan knows a bit about single sculling.
Just a little. And Matt Curtin also. Fantastic lightweight sculler himself. Went to, I think it was the under-23 World Championships in the double scull.
Yep. And Dan Noonan finished fourth in the quad in Beijing and then third in the quad in London.
And also, yes, and also in New Zealand,
yep.
Winning a medal there. I'll always remember that. There were a whole
Yep.
bunch of us from Australia supporting them.
So it's still Harrison Braithwaite. He's just opened up that lead slightly. It's now 1.2 seconds over Lockie Tyndall in second place. George Field in third. 4.28 back then to Callum Wigston, Alex Lamprey, Xander. In what order? That's still to be determined, because is raising another effort here and trying to range up beside Harrison Braithwaite. Working away, trying to draw level here with Harrison Braithwaite. He's led from the outset, has Braithwaite. Third is George Field of St Ignatius. Tyndall's raising that effort once again, but he's running out of water. Only 200 metres left to go. So Harrison of Canberra, never won a gold medal at the Australian Rowing Championships before, and it's in his hand. But he's just lifted the rate there. He's answering the challenge from Tyndall. In men's single scull for the Piper Cup, Harrison Braithwaite, Marist College, ACT, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Mark Kwiatkowski, is going to win the first ever gold medal for Marist College of Canberra, and he's done it in fine style. Second will be lane 7, the King's School, Lockie Tyndall. Third then will be St Ignatius of Riverview, George Field. Fourth is Buckingham Rowing Club, Callum Wigston. Fifth, then I reckon it'll be St Virgil's, Alex Lamprey. Sixth will be Corio Bay on the far side. Seventh then will be St Virgil's in lane 6, and eighth will be Nepean Ezekiel Pratt. Winning time 7:36.36. The margins 4.58 and 1.35.
And as our final sculler crosses the line, confirming the single scull, a win for Silver medal, from St Ignatius College, Riverview. Fourth, Callum Llewellyn Gray of St Virgil's, and 8th, Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club. The presentation of medals for the Under-17 Women's Single Scull Championship of will be presented in Australia. Third place and bronze medalist, representing Kinross Walleroy School, Lucy Reedy. Second place and silver medalist, representing Loreto Normanhurst School, Patricia Boland. Patty is coached by Thomas Parker and Lily Gavin. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Elise Coates. Elise is coached by Ben Whitewolf, Tom Schranko, Kieran Kabelke and Ian Coates. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-17 Women's Single Scull.
And the Under-19 Women's Single Scull B final is underway. This race has in lane 1 Unley High Felicity Cox, lane 2 Griffith Uni Surface Paradise Courtney Davis, lane 3 Loreto Marriotteville Emily Lang, lane 4 Fremantle Sina Metzger, lane 5 Newcastle Grammar Alice McCready, lane 6 Team Vietnam Ho Thi Dai, in lane 7 Fremantle Emma O'Neill, and in lane 8 is the Buckingham Sculler Poppy Kennett. And Poppy Kennett coached by Abby Crow. They're well down the course now. They're approaching the 1,500 metre mark, and it's pretty close to be ranked the 9th ranked sculler in Australia.
And again, a close one, isn't it?
It is a close race, yeah.
Very good. So Unley High appearing again over there in lane 1. Saw him yesterday, and he can't be here today, unfortunately, but it's pretty impressive to have scullers in Under-17 and in Under-19 from a relatively small school program. So congratulations to him.
And it looks like Team Vietnam to me, who could be leading, although over there in Station 2, Courtney Davis of Griffith Uni Surface Paradise is certainly right up at the head of the field. So maybe, yes, it is Courtney Davis that leads. From Team Vietnam, 4.06 seconds. Sina Metzger is in 3rd place. Alice McCready is in 4th. Then follows Emily Lang, Felicity Cox, Emma O'Neill and Poppy Kennett as at the rear of the field. So it is Griffith Uni Surface Paradise. Courtney Davis, who's coached by Anthony Cook, and Chris Holliday, who leads this B final of the Under-19 Women's Single Scull. Team Vietnam. Joe Donnelly coaching the Team Vietnam sculler Ho Thi Dai. 2 lanes across, that's Fremantle Sina Metzger. She's coached by Alex Thompson. This B final, but clearly Courtney Davis of Griffith Uni Surface Paradise in that red boat on the far side of the course is the leader. Metzger of Fremantle has really lifted her rate of striking and is going out after the 2nd place Team Vietnam at the moment. Courtney Davis on the far side, hanging on to the lead she established. So Davis of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise on the far side of the course is going to lead all the way and be ranked 9th in Australia in the under-19 women's single scull category. Coached by Anthony Cook and Chris Holliday, doing a good job. Good race for second. Bow ball to bow ball, but Team Vietnam will finish in second place. Fremantle, Sina Metzger will be third. Fourth then will be Newcastle's Grammar Alice McCready. Fifth, probably on the far side, the Unley High Sculler. Felicity Cox will finish fifth. Sixth will be Loretto Marriotteville. Seventh will be Lane 7 Fremantle. Eighth will be Buckingham. The winning time 8:28.51. The margins 5.91 and 1.08. And Lizzie, they're underway in the A final of the women's under-19 single scull.
Yes, looking forward to an exciting race here with Lucy McFarlane of the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 1, Zara Turner of Radford College in lane 2, Alana Edwards of the Friends School Tasmania in lane 3, Jade Bliss of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in lane 4, Astrid Thomas of the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 5, Lucy Yabsley of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6, Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, and Victoria Binns of the Adelaide University Boat Club in lane 8. Lucy in lane 1 is coached by Phil Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. Radford College sculler Zara Turner is coached by Max Mayer and Megan Fritsch. Alana Edwards, coached of course by her father Anthony Edwards, heading up the Friends School program there, and Nicola Anderson. Jade Bliss is coached at UTS by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. Astrid at UQ is coached by Phil Bourguignon. Lucy Yabsley at Glebe Rowing Club is coached by Milan Parker and Natalia Du. Neve Tierney is coached by Charlie Patterson, who heads up the junior program at Sydney Rowing Club. And Tom Tolinar is the coach of Adelaide University's Vic Binns.
And it is Jade Bliss of UTS Haberfield who's leading this A final of the under-19 women's single scull. She's clear of University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas, and Glebe's Lucy Yabsley in third place. Lucy's Ascombe girl.
Sorry, yes, she is.
Yep. And then in fourth place, Lucy McFarlane, University of Queensland, over in Station 1. Then a little off the pace on this side, Neve Tierney of Sydney and Victoria Binns of Adelaide University Boat Club. But it is lanes 4, 5 and 6 as it was earlier in the day for the A final. And according to the form guide, that's where they should be, in lanes 4, 5 and 6. And it is Jade Bliss, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, who leads. Over Lucy Yabsley, Astrid Thomas, it's close between those two. They're fighting it out, very much nip and tuck. And Jade Bliss at the head of the field with the look back. Strokes there, but it's almost a dead heat through the... Jade Bliss has got more than back to Astrid Thomas, and Lucy Yabsley just 0.41 behind Thomas, and it may not have even been that much, but Lucy Yabsley is going out after the silver medal for sure and maybe trying to peg back Jade Bliss in this last 500 metres. Bliss looks as though she's got the gold medal within her keeping. Contest University of Queensland and Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club. Of course, the bow ball to bow ball call was very prominent here at the Sydney Olympics in 2000 from the great Bob Ernst, American commentator, but better known as a wonderful black and white and teal of the University of Technology Sydney Haberfield Rowing Club, worn by Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy, looking to be the #1 ranked under-19 women's sculler in Australia. She's got the lead. Lucy Yabsley from Glebe has moved into second place, and looks like Astrid Thomas can do no better. She'll get the bronze medal, and a cracking race for fourth. Over on the far side there, you got Lucy McFarlane and Alana Edwards. Lucy McFarlane, University of Queensland, Alana Edwards of the Friends School. But Jade Bliss, University of Technology Sydney, is going to win. She's on about 33 strokes to the minute there. She'll get home over Glebe. Lucy Yabsley in second place. University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas will be third. Fourth, I reckon, will be the Fifth will be the Friends School, Alana Edwards. Sixth then will be Radford College, Zara Binns of Adelaide University Boat Club.
Women's single scull, a wonderful win there for Jade Bliss of the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Rowing Club. Third and bronze medalist Astrid Thomas of the University of Queensland Boat Club. Fourth, Queensland Boat Club. Turner from Radford College. Seventh, Neve Tier of Adelaide University Boat Club, winning time 8 minutes 12.81 seconds. We now move to the presentation of medals for the Piper Cup and the Under-17 men's single scull. And the Piper Cup will be presented pathways. Third place and bronze medalist representing St Ignatius College Riverview, George Field. George is coached by Matthew Curtin and Daniel Noonan. Second place and silver medalist representing the King's School Parramatta, Lockie Tyndall. Lockie is coached by Harrison Randell and Julian Huxley. Gold medalist and national champion for 2024 representing the Marist College Canberra, Harrison Braithwaite. Harrison is coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Mark Kwiatkowski. The Piper Cup is now being presented to Harrison by Jason Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Harrison and all our medalists in the Under-17 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia.
And the Under-19 B final of the men's single scull is on the course. Essendon Reese Davey in 1, Fremantle Liam Davis in 2. Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar has been withdrawn. Lane 4, Adelaide Cooper Hosking. Lane 5 is Ballarat Grammar Lockie Heath. Lane 6 is, there, I've got a bit of confusion here. Lane 6 is Conrad Scott of Brisbane Boys College. In lane 7 is Oliver Shearing of Tasmanian University. In lane 8 is Finn Redmond of Adelaide High. So Conrad Scott's the leader there, the BB Brisbane Boys College captain of boats. Actually, he was a member of the first 8 at the recent Head of the River, and had a stirring speech at the event the next day, and he looks like he's going to finish as the 9th ranked sculler in Australia in the Under-19 men's single. He's in the Queensland Pathways 8 as well, and it is going to be Conrad Scott. Will be Ballarat. Third then Finn Redmond. Then across to Fremantle's Liam Davis. So just excuse our little confusion there. Conrad Scott first, Lockie Heath second, Finn Redmond third, Liam Davis fourth, Oliver Shearing fifth, Cooper Hosking sixth, and Reese Davey is in seventh. 6-8. final for down.
Two. Luca Free. In lane 4, representing the Mossman Rowing Club, Oscar Schiel-Gamborg. In lane 5, representing the King's School Parramatta, Will Rogers. In lane 6, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Kaylin Routley. In lane 7, representing Fremantle, Remy Payne. And in lane 8, representing UTS Haberfield
School, where he's coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. He's our leader. Over lane 6, Kaylin Routley. UTS Haberfield, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. Then across, probably in third, be the Adelaide University sculler Alexander Williams, who's coached by Sam Morton. They look to be the three leaders as they leave the 1,000 metre mark behind and go into the championship quarter, heading towards the 1,500 metre mark. This is for the Thomas Keller Memorial. Long time in this honour. Time now, the Thomas Keller. Greatest athletes have won this race in their time, including Luca Free's dad here, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Luca Free, his dad Duncan Free won this race back last century. King's School. Lizzie.
Kaylin, well, he did go to Newcastle Grammar School. I think he probably is still there. And he did row at Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And this season he moved to UTS Haberfield. So
doing a good job, but no match for William Rogers of the King's School at the moment.
Yes, an exceptional young sculler and a wonderful young man as well.
Alexander Williams is the dark horse according to the timing. It's saying that he's just 0.15 behind over in Station 3. So it's Williams third earlier. Place. The rest of the field, no match for the speed set by William Rogers. Luca Free over in Station 2, and on this side, Remy Payne of Fremantle would be the next two, and Oscar Schiel-Gamborg, coached by Tommy Schramko and Kieran Kabelke. He's there also in the mix for 4th, 5th and 6th. Tailed off are the two scullers on in Station 1 and Oscar St Pierre of UTS Haberfield in Station 8. Charge there, trying to Championship of Australia, the biggest peloton of the regatta so far. Lots of cyclists. Let's hope they've all got helmets on. And it's William Rogers of the King's School. He's going to win the under-19 men's single scull. Great push from Luca Free. He looks like he's going to get on to the medal presentation dais, although just starting to run out of legs there in the last couple of as you were, Alexander Williams of Adelaide Uni is answering the challenge, and Adelaide Uni will be second. Luca Free from Griffith Uni will be third. UTS Haberfield, Kaylin Routley is 4th. Mossman, Oscar Schiel-Gamborg is 5th. 6th will be Lane 7 Fremantle. 7th will be Wendouree Ballarat. 8th will be UTS Haberfield.
And recapping those results of the A final of the under-19 men's single scull, a win for Will Rogers of the King's School Parramatta River. 2nd, Alexander Williams of Adelaide University Boat Club. 3rd, Luca Free of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. 4th, Kaylin Routley of UTS Haberfield. 5th, Oscar Rebecca Smurfit of Wendouree Ballarat and 8th Oscar St Pierre of UTS Haberfield. Winning time provisionally 7 minutes 23.04 seconds, the margins 2.93 and 0.61. The presentation of Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by John Keogh, National Women's Head Coach. Third place and bronze medalist representing the University of Queensland Boat Club, Astrid Thomas. Second place and silver rowing club, Lucy Yap. Champion for 2024, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Jade Bliss. Medalists in the under-19 women's single.
Sydney offers something for everyone. Dynamic multicultural neighbourhoods, golden beaches and national parks, exciting and innovative dining and retail, continually evolving arts and cultural offerings, and an action-packed calendar of world-class events. RP3 Dynamic Rowing Machine is the most realistic feeling you can get to the water on land. The true and technique. If you can get the machine for you. At a time. We understand the race may have begun and was stopped. So Bont Rowing continues to dedicate itself to producing anatomically correct rowing shoes, supplying athletes in over 23 national teams. Designed by rowers for rowers, Bont Rowing shoes are built with a unique carbon fibre split sole for greater comfort, increased stability and maximum power transfer. Sixt Car and Truck Rentals is home to one of the largest vehicle rental fleets in Australia, offering over 16,000 vehicles, including premium and electric vehicles, SUVs, utes, vans, buses and trucks. They have more than 160 convenient locations around Australia, including all the major airports, as well as regional and metropolitan areas. So no matter where you are and 100% owned by the with all your mobility needs. Advantage of a very special offer if you book via the link shared to your email.
Of our women's under-19 coxless pairs. Race number 254 on the programme. What a full programme. We've got the University of Queensland. Lane 1, the crew of Felicity Bishop and Sophie Crane, coached by Phil Bourguignon, their head coach, and Lily Lunny. In Lane 2, a composite of Kate Marthy from Nagambie Rowing Club, coached by Suzanne Andrews and Andrew McNeil. In Lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebby. Club, Eva Hosking. Lane 5, from the Friends. In Lane 6, from Loretto Marriottville and the Wilderness School, Marjorie Tucker and Fern Rose. In Lane 7, a composite of Danielle Watt from Brisbane and GPS with Robin Matthews from Toowong, coached by Maddie Pakila and Claire Raven. And in Lane 8, our second University of Queensland Boat Club crew, Astrid Coates and Charlotte Zentveld, coached by Phil Bourguignon.
And rowing a boat called the Philip Bourguignon.
Really?
Yeah,
and it was...
So, the...
I'm missing.
The other 7 crews are there. The starter has obviously asked them to get ready because they're all there, and he has just let them go. The lights have turned from red to green, and they're underway in the Under-19 Women's Coxless Fair B final, to be ranked 9th and onwards in Australia in this category.
So now we'll move to the presentation of medals and the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy for the Under-19 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Rhett Aliff. Third place and bronze medalist representing Griffith University. Free is coached by Duncan Free and Chris. And silver medalist representing Adelaide University Boat Club, Alexander Williams. Alex is coached by Sam Morton. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024, representing the King's School Parramatta, William Rogers. Will is coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. The Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy is now being presented to Will, our national champion, and our other medalists in the Under-19 Men's Singles.
And back on the course is B final of the Under-19 Women's Coxless Pair. Well down the track, it's Brisbane and GPS that leads. Eva Hosking and Gabrielle Ryan, coached by Maddie Pakila and Nigel Stubbs. I had the pleasure of meeting Maddie Pakila a couple of days ago. And thank you to Nigel for introducing me. Just tomorrow we'll have a van. Will be closed. There will be no walking van following the races. Ryan, they're in station 4. They've got a narrow lead. Nagambie Cobbers at Kate McNeil and Clodagh McCarthy, Susan Andrews and Andrew McNeil coaching them. I'm prepared to bet that Kate McNeil wins the most kilometres of the week so far.
I think you're right there.
Doing a great job in over there on the far side, but it's Charlie Patterson. Composite Marjorie Tucker and Fern Rosenbauer, coached by Dario Sportelli and John Trovis, that would be in 3rd place. Nice sweepboard rowing from Brisbane and GPS, not overrating. Probably a point or two underneath the rest of the crews, but they're nice and long. And they come through the 1,000-metre mark with a 2 lengths lead. Brisbane and GPS 3 minutes 59.72. Sydney Rowing Club holding second. Loretto Marriotteville Wilderness School Composite are in third. The Friends School are in fourth. Toowong, Brisbane and GPS fifth. Then on this side, University of Queensland, and at the rear is the Nagambie Mercantile Composite crew. The University of Queensland in 8, Astrid Coates and Charlotte Zenfeld, coached by Phil Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. The other University of Queensland crew in Station 1 did not start. And it's interesting, Lizzie, we thought we were having zonal umpiring, but there is an umpire's launch following the race. But turning off now as I speak. But the Brisbane and GPS crew there on the Brisbane River, across from the Regatta Hotel is on the western side of the river, and Brisbane and GPS boat shed, the Bob Longmore Memorial Boat Shed, in fact, is on the west end side of the river. And Brisbane and GPS have been there for quite some time. Sydney Rowing Club in second place, Olivia Keeley and Sarah Bebbington, coached by Charlie Patterson. Probably overrating the Brisbane and GPS crew by a couple of strokes per minute. But at the moment, that's not making any difference, because Brisbane and GPS, with their long, deliberate strokes, have still got some clear water lead over Sydney. And the composite crew from Loretto College, Marriotteville and Wilderness School, 2 schools in South Australia, holding down third place. And some steering problems there for the Toowong, Brisbane and GPS composite crew. They've written Toowong and now they've gone for the and by the look of it. Straightening up now though, so that's much, much better. The umpires launch in behind them, straightening them up, keeping them nice and safe out there. That's the prime objective of the boat race officials, to keep the competitors safe and to make for safe and fair rowing conditions. So Sydney just 0.8 of a second clear of Loretto Marriotteville now for the second place. So Loretto Marriotteville putting on a charge and have drawn just about level with the crew from Sydney Rowing Club in Station 3, as Brisbane and GPS continues to lead inside the last 350 metres. Brisbane Jeeps, coached by Matty Pakila and Nigel Stubbs. And Sydney looks to be being overtaken by the composite crew from South Australia, but the Sydney girls are trying their darndest to make sure that they can still finish in second position in this race. Then in fourth place would be the Friends School, Esther Falloon and Sophie Neal, coached by Anthony Edwards and Nicola Anderson. Then follows Toowong, Brisbane and GPS, Danielle Watt and Robin Matthews. University of Queensland, Astrid Coates and Charlotte Zentville, and Kate McNeil of Mercantile and Clodagh McCarthy of Nagambie Rowing Club. But it's Brisbane and GPS are going to lead all the way in the last 175 metres. Sydney answering the challenge as the South Australian composite crew get tired. Their steering goes off a bit. They're heading towards this side of their lane, and then they straighten back up on the next stroke. So Sydney fifth will be lane 7, Toowong GPS composite. 6th will be University of Queensland in lane 8, and 7th will be Nagambie Mercantile composite. The winning time 8 minutes 11.41. The margins 4.59 and 2.95.
Yeah, tricky conditions. That wind has picked up and it's a crosswind now. So well done to our B finalists completing the under-19 women's coxless pair in a time of 8 minutes 11.41.
And the A final is well down the course, Lizzie. They're into the third 500.
They are indeed, in an exciting race going on here with Unley High in lane 1, represented by Tamara Bates and Eleanor Nettlefold. Unfortunately, the Townsville JCU crew from lane 2 has had to withdraw. Nell Murphy are in lane 3. In lane 4, Jessica Colbrand. In lane 5, Greta Spencer and Lila Fieve. Rinaldi of the Wilderness School, South Australia. In lane 7, Maddie Atkinson and Rose Ricks of Commercial. Some junior representatives from last year. We've got Greta Spencer, junior coxless for Australia, representing Swan River here, coached by Mark Beer. They're in where she's coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. And they, I believe, are our leaders.
They are certainly. Alan Bennett and Alfie Young, and Jessica Colbrand and Imogen Spencer and Lila Fieve, but they are being hotly pressed by the Wilderness School crew, Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi. They're coached by John Trovis. So a nice young and a great race for the silver and bronze here between Greta Spencer and Lila Fieve, coached by Mark Beer at Swan River Rowing Club. He's the head coach at Swan River. And Wilderness Schools, Imogen Hawker and Gia Rinaldi, coached by Jonathan Trovis, there in the bronze medal position. Fourth would be University of Queensland, Nell Murphy and Ava Mulholland. Fifth, then Unley High, Tamara Bates and Eleanor Nettlefold. And then back to Tasmanian University, Maddie Higgins and Matilda Cocker, and Commercial, Indiana Jenkinson and Rose Ricks. But nice sweepboard rowing. Jessica Colbrand and Imogen Gray, Alan Bennett and Alfie Young, their coaches. Two very experienced coaches, and their coaching being shown here with the quality of the rowing. Sydney Uni first, Swan River second, Wilderness School third, fourth University of Queensland Boat Club, fifth will be Unley High on the far side, sixth will be Tasmanian University, and seventh Commercial Rowing Club. 7:49.18, margin 3.50 and 1.52.
So just recapping the results there in the under-19 women's coxless pair A final, a win for Sydney University. Swan River's Greta Spencer. We now have the B final of the under in lane 2, represented by Thomas Bias and Kieran Redding. St Ignatius Park College and the Cathedral School of Queensland in lane 3, represented by Henry Chin and Thomas Bartels. Pembroke School from South Australia in lane 4, represented by Tom O'Mahony and Tom Archer. Brisbane Boys College in lane 5, Parker Pohio and Joshua Deal. In lane 6 from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, Oscar Farrington and Harrison Grant. And in lane 7 from St Peter's College, South Australia, Vincent Barone and Lawrence Anderson. Hello, Stuart.
Hello, Lizzie.
Welcome back to the commentary box.
It's fantastic to be here, and it's an exciting finish coming up here in the B final of the men's have been leading right throughout, and then only a small gap back to, or 3. A half a second back. Wendouree, Ballarat, and the drone footage out. We've got the footage. The van going down the side tomorrow.
Oh,
so
got everything. Drone footage makes the water. And for coxless pairs, a little bit tricky. The wind has shifted from a bit of a headwind right across, and now it's across tailwind. So real shifting conditions, tricky for a difficult boat to row, I would say.
Yeah. It's been a big push. Club Brisbane. Australian canvas. It is going higher in to Wendouree, Ballarat by 0.3 of a second over Pembroke School, Ignatius Park and Cathedral School Composite sitting back in 5th place. And then coming through in 6th will be the crew from St Peter's College. So a win in the B final for Brisbane Boys College, Parker Pahio and Joshua Deal. 2nd place to the West Australian Rowing Club crew of Thomas Bias and Kieran Reading, coached by Stefano Belosso. And in 3rd place, we had the Wendouree Ballarat crew of Oscar Farrington and Harrison Grant.
Well, on the racecourse now, we have the A final of the under-19 men's coxless pair. An important race for these guys if they're chasing Nationals team selection. In lane 1, St Peter's College of South Australia, George Griffith and Hugh Hazel. In lane 2, Field. In lane 3, from Launceston Grammar School, James Cumming and Jack Barrett. In lane 4, from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Thomas Stevens and Samuel Forbes, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. In lane 5, by Bjarni Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In lane 6, from the Friends School Tasmania, Louis Underwood and Noah Hass, coached by Ian Jordan. In lane 7, from the Friends School Tasmania, Jack. In lane 8, Brisbane State High School, Ruben Brosnan and Jason McKenzie.
Finish coming up here. University of Queensland leading few crews though. A couple of seconds back to Launceston Grammar and then St Augustine's less than. The Friends School crew there in lane number 6, sitting in 5th place ahead of Brisbane State High, St Peter's College in lane 1, and then getting up around 18 kilometres an hour with a southwesterly, making things, it does make things a little bit tricky, and as you mentioned, particularly with the pairs racing, we saw with the Brisbane and GPS. The steering can be a little bit, if you get one stroke just a little bit wrong, it can mean that it takes a few strokes just to get the steering. Who still have the lead, but it's a big push now coming here from Joachim Henderson and Max Mason, and we can hear the cheers coming down from the grandstand. There's been some fantastic atmosphere just sitting down in the grandstand a little bit earlier on today with some of the early finals that we had. The schools, the cheering on their clubs as well, parents, friends. It's going to be a fantastic few days of rowing here as we head into the finals of the Australian Rowing Championships. The University of Queensland have led from the start. They're being pushed and pushed hard by Wendouree Ballarat. They're now, and by about half a boat length. Fifth will be the crew from St Peter's College in lane number 1, ahead of the Friends School in lane 6, finishing in lane 7, finishing in 8th place, crossing the line now.
And reconfirming the results of the under-19 men's coxless pair A final, a win for the University of Queensland Boat Club, Stevens and Forbes. A silver medal for Wendouree, Ballarat, Henderson and Mason, and a bronze medal for Launceston Grammar School, Quinn and Beecham. Winning time, 7 minutes 10.7. The presentation of men's coxless pair champion will be presented by John Keogh, National Women's Head Coach and Olympic gold medal winning coach. Third place and bronze medalists, the Wilderness School. Imogen Hawker. The crew is coached by John Travass. Swan River Rowing Club. Greta Spencer. And Lila Fieve. The crew is coached by Mark Beer. For Sydney United. Jessica Colbrand. Alfie Young. Ladies and gentlemen, women's coxless pair.
And we are underway in the B final of the women's under-21 single scull. Lane 1 from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, Brooklyn Leslie, coached by Nigel Harding and Dave Romano. Lane 2 from Toowong Rowing Club, Georgia Campbell, coached by Alex Field and Claire Raven. Lane 3 from Adelaide University, Carolyn McNally, coached by Christine McLaren, Nicholas Mitchell and coached by Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, we have Gemma Jansen van Vuren, coached by Anthony Cook and Christopher Holiday. Lane 6 from 7 from the University of Western Australia, Kayla Kalevite, coached by Roland Warren, Mia Williams and Jonathan Jaski. And lane 8 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Mia Harrison. And we're just seeing now that fantastic drone footage as Gemma Jansen van Vuren from Griffith University Surfers Paradise with the lead about half a boat length ahead of, ahead of Charlotte Harton from Sydney University. And then a couple of lanes across from Gemma, we have Carolyn McNally from Adelaide University sitting in 3rd place as our leading crews come up now towards the 1500 metre timing point. And we can see there Gemma Jansen van Vuren from Griffith University Surfers Paradise sitting very comfortably indeed out in the lead. So this is the B final for the under-21 women's singles scull, and Jansen van Vuren a 3.5 second lead over Carolyn McNally in 2nd place, a 2.5 back to Charlotte Harton in 3rd, Georgia Campbell in 4th, Sarah Scobie in 5th, Kayla Kalvite in 6th, Mia Harrison in 7th, and then Brooklyn Leslie from ANU just coming over the line in 8th place. So again, those conditions looking reasonably tame from the drone footage, as you said earlier, Lizzie, but there is a little bit of a wind there. We can see the flags fluttering around a bit. Certainly lanes 1, 2 and 3 would be a little more sheltered. Certainly not terrible conditions that are out there at the moment. Maybe as they go out in these small boat championships. We're into the last 250 metres, and Gemma Jansen van Vuren from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, marking that last 250, and she still has that lead over Carolyn McNally, who's now up into second place ahead of Charlotte Harton from Sydney University in third. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. We're seeing a bit of a push come from Georgia Campbell from Toowong Rowing Club as well. That opportunity to finish in the top 10 for Australia for the under-21 women's single final coming up as well. So out in front now, about to cross the line, we have Gemma. Win there, and she'll take first in the B final of the women's under-21 single scull. Second place will go to Carolyn McNally from Adelaide University, with third going to Charlotte Harton. To Georgia Campbell from Toowong Rowing Club. Fifth going to the Mercantile sculler Mia Harrison in lane number 8. And then back to Sarah Scobie from Commercial Rowing Club up in Queensland, and then the ANU's Brooklyn Leslie finish. As we head now to the A final of the under-21 women's single sculls. In lane 1 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Sinead Redding. From Mercantile Rowing Club, Jess Hawker. Young and Alan Bennett. Lane 4 from Centenary Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In lane 5 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Zara Kafuri, coached by David Orchard. In lane 6 from Mersey. In lane 7, also from Mersey and also 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Madison Joins, coached by Lachlan Carter. So our leading lane number 4, Sophie Malcolm from the Centenary Rowing Club, leading Zoe Bond. 100-metre timing point. It is Sophie Malcolm by 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Zoe Bond. Zara Kafuri from Yarra Yarra sitting in third place, and then back to Sinead Redding, Ella Spalding, Jess Hawker, Olivia Yates, and then to Madison Joins from Sydney Rowing Club, our final sculler through that timing point. So Sophie Malcolm has the lead. We know how strong some of these scullers are. Zoe Bond from Sydney University, formerly of Canberra Grammar School. Kafuri from very quick. So we'll keep an eye out. Zara Kafuri from Yarra Yarra over on the left-hand side, and then we've got the 2 Mersey scullers, Olivia Yates, Ella Spalding up behind her. So in past the 250 metres, and I dare say that Zoe Bond, Sophie Malcolm, final stages, and Sophie Malcolm is she finishing? Kafuri from Yarra a little bit with Sinead. That bronze medal position. Out in front, Sophie Malcolm has closed that gap. They're in now to the last 100 metres or so. Sophie Malcolm still has her bow ball out in front. Zoe's doing absolutely everything to try and close that gap. Sophie just pulling out though. It's now out at a half to go. It will be an Australian Championship for Sophie Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club. Zoe Bond with a fantastic row from Sydney University to finish in second place, and to take the silver, the bronze will go to Zara Kafuri from Yarra Yarra, finishing about a boat length ahead of Sinead Redding from the West Australian Rowing Club. It'll be a photo for 5th and 6th between lane 7, Ella Spalding from Mersey, and Jess Hawker from Mercantile. 7th place, and Madison Joins from Sydney Rowing Club finishing in 8th.
Confirming the results of our A final of the Under-21 Women's Single Scull. A win for Sophie Malcolm of Centenary Rowing Club. 2nd, Zoe Bond from Sydney University Boat Club. 3rd, Zara Kafuri of Yarra Yarra. 4th, Sinead Redding of West Australian Rowing Club. 5th, Ella Spalding of of Mersey, and 8th, Madison Joins of Sydney Rowing Club. Winning time 8 minutes 6.69 seconds. For the under-19 will be presented coach of the national men's team and Olympic gold medal coach. Third place and bronze medalists, Launceston Grammar School, Oliver Quinn, George Beecham, Barrett. Second place and silver medalists, Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, Joachim Henderson, Max Mason. The crew was coached by Paul Blanchfield. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2000 Queensland Stevens. The crew was coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. Our 2024 Australian champions.
B final of the men's under-21 single sculls is into the final stages. Lane 1, William Hexter from Hawthorn Rowing Club. Lane 2, Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland. Scratching lane. Lane 6, West Australian Rowing Club, Charlie Stevenson. Lane 7, River Rowing Club. And it is our sculler in lane number 6 from the West Australian. Power in, making sure that he takes the win in the B final for the men's under-21 single scull. So it's a strong win there for Charlie Stevenson. Plenty of clear water between himself and Jude Shermer from Adelaide University, who will finish in second. Then back across, we've got the University of third, close between lanes 4 and 8. That's Jacob Casey from Fremantle and Harry Salfinger from Swan. Max Curry from Hawthorn Rowing Club in 6th. In 7th. So that was the B final of the men's under-21 single sculls. Moving on to the A final. And in lane 1 from Toowong Rowing Club, we have Nicholas Barlow, coached by Mark Game. In lane 2 from Cairns Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Chad Willett, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, MacArthur Bucknell, coached by Donovan Seck, Shane Mulvaney, and we have Oscar Baregi, coached by Matthias. Adam Holland. Lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Andrew Waitman, coached by Dave Rowing Club, and the ACT Academy of Sport, Jesse Rosen, coached by Dave Romano, and Lane 8 from UTS Haberfield, Jack Power, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermack. And we're looking across the field here, Lizzie, and it's a very even spread. We've got, it looks to be to pick between the two of them. And then over, we've got Chad Willett from Cairns Rowing Club, maybe just with his bow ball out in front there of UTS's Oscar Baregi. And we're just seeing the timings come up on the screen there as they go through the 1,000 metres. It's less than half a second between first and second, and then only about a second between third and fourth. There's really nothing in this.
Yeah, and we've obviously got some very strong contenders here with Chad Willett and Adam Holland having proved themselves over and over again. I think there was a surprise when who's very tight across that whole field.
And we'll keep an eye on that. Remember that, and a few of these athletes, I guess they've in 8 years' time, they're all going to be about 28, 29. You've got Brisbane 2032.
Home
the
Olympics,
chance.
such an attraction, really, in an Olympic sport, isn't it?
Absolutely. And when you think about the fact that still no home golds in the rowing, didn't happen. So maybe 2032. Going to think back to these kinds of races is Adam Holland. We've got Chad Willett. Across again, it does look to be Jack Power. Bronze, the Pelican. Now, still Adam just pulling. You can certainly see there that Andrew Waitman from the it's a boat length between them. Holland over Waitman. Willett half a second back. Jack Power. Plenty to play for. MacArthur Bucknell sitting. And Jesse Rosen from Canberra Rowing Club at the boat. You can see there of the drone footage there. So Adam Holland from the Andrew Waitman from the University of Queensland still sitting in there. Chad Haberfield and Jack Power also from UTS still 150 metres, and what a great race we've got coming into the final stages. There is still, with it all to play for, a big burst here from any of these scullers. Could see them walk away with a medal or even the Australian National Championship. Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club. He's led from the start. We're seeing now a big push coming here from Chad Willett over in lane number 2. It's a little bit more protected over there, but so he's making his move now. Adam Holland still with the lead. Andrew Waitman has been sitting in second. Down his neck. They've moved ahead of the two UTS scullers, Baregi and Power, looking like they may just have dropped a little bit off the pace. It's still Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club. Is he able to hold on? He's now got about 20 metres or so to go. He's got just under a boat length. It'll drop down to half, but it will be a national championship for Adam Holland. Andrew Waitman will take the silver, and then we've got a photo for bronze. It was a push from Oscar Baregi over the last 100 metres. It'll be a photo for bronze between Oscar Baregi and Chad Willett. We'll see who's... Willett will wait for the official time. Head of Nicholas Barlow in 6, MacArthur Bucknell in 7.
The results of Adelaide Rowing Club. Silver medal will go to Andrew Waitman of the University of Queensland, and the bronze medal Hand and the Queensland Academy of Sport. 5th, Jack Power from UTS Haberfield. 6th, Nicholas Barlow from Toowong. 7th, MacArthur Bucknell from Sydney. And 8th, Jesse Rosen from Canberra Rowing Club. Winning provisional time, 7 minutes 12.59. Under 21 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. Olympic gold medal coach. 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Zara Kafuri. Zara is coached by David Orchard. 2nd place and silver medalist Zoe is coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. For 2024, representing Centenary Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Sophie is coached. Congratulations. 21 Women's Single Scull. On the course now, we have the B final of the under-21 women's coxless pair. In lane 2, representing Mercantile and in lane 3, representing Swan River and West Australian rowing clubs, Elise Moreau Barrett and Isabella Edinger. In lane 5, from the Adelaide University Boat Club, Diana Macalino and Zara Hoadley. In lane 6, from North Esk Rowing Club, Adelaide Rowing Club, Sky Mumford and Alia Altus.
As we're just seeing the coxless Australian rowing Mercantile Melbourne University composites. A nice little battle going on for 4th between North Esk in 3. We're just seeing some steering issues. Club in lane number 7. Zara Hoadley, coached by Christine. Coming in now to the final stage. Lucy Green from Melbourne University, Abigail Cox from Mercantile, and then the Swan River West Australian composite of Elise Moreau Barrett and Isabella Edinger from Swan River Rowing Club. Bronze, I think it's into the, but it's certainly no doubt about our lead. University, a nice Clearwater lead, and women's under 21. Then they'll finish about will be in 4th ahead of Melbourne University. Then Adelaide Rowing Club, Sky Mumford and Alia Altus will finish in 6th.
As our last crew approaches the line, we can confirm the results of the B final of the under University Boat Club. Macalino of Moreau, Barrett and Edinger. 3rd, the and Cox. 4th, North Esk, Clower and Hucker. 5th, Melbourne University Boat Club, Cool and Altus. Provisional winning time 8 minutes 7.69. And we're now on to the A final of the under-21 women's coxless pair, with Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 1, represented by Amelie McComb and Felicity Murray. Mercantile in lane 2, represented by Imogen Boat Club in lane 3, represented and the University of Queensland Boat Club Composite in lane 4 of Queensland Boat Club, Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton. In lane 6 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Tiffany Crosthwaite and Chloe Nevins. In Wilcox. Well, our universities have to be happy with the level of representation they are getting in this sport.
If you're picking a university crew to come away, well, it's 3 University of Queensland. In lane 4, you can see them leading at the Georgia Montague and Lucy Richardson. And Tyler Hutton, our 2 leaders and second as they went through the 1,000-metre timing point. But that Wendouree Ballarat UQ composite has now just extended that lead out. They're starting to pull away from the University of Queensland crew. And then we've got this battle out for 3rd place. It's a little bit back to the Sydney University crew in lane number 3. You can see them leading, and then Melbourne University crew also not completely out of the running. Mercantile in lane 2, Melbourne University in lane number 8. So only the crew, Lizzie, in lane 2 from Mercantile that's not from one of our University of Queensland out in the lead. They've opened that up now from half a second out to 3 seconds, so looking strong. Sydney University in 3rd place. Then we've got Melbourne University, Mercantile and the University of Queensland all battling it out for 4th, 5th and 6th. And then back to the 2 Melbourne University. And again, this drone footage, and it really gives you the pairs work. They're keeping, it's great rowing, they're keeping their heads looking straight ahead, leaning out towards the riggers, which can be very difficult when there's only 2 of you in the boat and you're both holding on to one. From Lucy Richardson from University of Queensland's Alice Reedy and Tyler Hutton. In lane 6, or the University of Queensland for a cheeky bronze. But Queensland composite, they were in the 3rd 500 metres, and now with about 100 metres or so to go, and with a few big strokes left to go, 21 coxless pairs will University of Queensland crew of Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton. 3rd place will go. They'll hang on with the bronze. University of Queensland, Russell and Dollar will in 6th place. That's Nation and Ivers. McComb and Murray in 7th, and then Dumbrell and Wilcox from Melbourne University in 8th.
One women's Coxless Queensland composite of Georgia Montague and Lucy Richardson. Queensland Boat Club. Club Alex Boat Club Crossthwaite and Never Boat Club Macomb and Murray. 8th Melbourne University Boat Club Dumbrell and Wilcox. Provisional time 7 minutes 42.64. Men's single scull presented by Wayne Diplock, Olympian from Barcelona 1992 and Rowing Australia High Performance Operations Manager. 3rd place and bronze medalist representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Oscar Baregi. Oscar is coached by Matthias Ungemach and Judith Ungemach. 2nd place and silver medalist gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024, representing Adelaide. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under
We're into the final stages of the B final of the men's under-21 Coxless Pairs. Lane 1, we have a Griffith University, University of Queensland composite. Lane 2, Mercantile Melbourne University composite. Lane 3, Commercial. Lane 4, Swan River. Lane 5, Adelaide University. Lane 6, Fremantle Rowing Club. Lane 7, Tasmania University. And late out in lane number 4, Swan River Rowing Club. Head of Jonathan Voss and Rowan Sanderson from the lane number 8, and then back to the other. See our leading crew cross the line. A win there for Swan River, 2nd to Tasmania University. 3rd place will and Oscar Lowry, and then very close between Adelaide University, Max Henry, Jake Nesbitt, and Commercial in 5th place. Mercantile Melbourne University composite University, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart in 8th place. Final, the men's under-21 Coxless Pairs.
In lane 1, we have Melbourne University. Lane 2, the University of Queensland Boat Club, Mitchell Owen and Finley Harris. In lane 3, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, James O'Meara and Joe Lynch. In lane 4, a composite of the University of Queensland Boat Club, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, Oliver St Pierre and Josh Wilson. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Daniel Cashman and Matthew Cashman. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isaac Thurnham and Charlie Hine. And in lane 8 from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Brandon Smith and Will Clubb.
And there's some absolute talent in this field. A number of Australian men's Coxless Pairs, and it's the crew out in lane number 1, Melbourne University's Tom Foley and Winston Hooper, that have gone out hard through the early stages. So they're certainly putting the crews next. Will Wilson, putting them under a fair 1 and 2 at the moment. Across from them, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. With the Cashmans, Daniel Isaac Thurman and timing point. So over in lane 1, Tom Foley and Winston. 1,500 metres. Second place, Oliver St. University of Queensland battling for bronze. It's currently the crew of Lex Tucker and Monty Martin leading Daniel and Matthew Cashman. Sydney Rowing Club in 5th place. And then back a little bit further, we've got James O'Meara and Lynch in 6th from UTS. Mitchell Owen and Finlay Harris in 7th, and then Smith and Club from UTS in 8th place. And that the crews in the middle are generally the ones that have gone the quickest through the heats, gone the quickest through the semi-finals. But over in lane 1, it is Foley and Hooper from Melbourne University. They've gone out hard, and they're potentially just making the most. It's a little bit, you can see there on the screen, just slightly on the south, and certainly making every post a winner in this A final. So Melbourne University with the lead. UTS sitting in second. James O'Meara and Joe Lynch actually really moving well through that final 500 metres or so, and they potentially have moved themselves up into a bronze medal spot ahead of Daniel and Matthew Cashman. Tucker and Martin from the University of Queensland just dropping a little bit off the pace. But over in lane number 1, it's going to be the men from Melbourne University, Tom Foley and Winston Hooper. Strokes, and now they are the champions. Second place going to UTS at St Pierre and Wilson. Third will wait for the photo on that one. Fifth place will go to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7. Then Tucker. Back a little bit further then to our crew in lane number 2. That's Owen and Harris from University of Queensland. And then
results of the A final of the under-21 of Melbourne University Boat Club. Second, Oliver St Pierre and Joshua Wilson from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Lynch. Fifth was Sydney Rowing Club, Thurnham and Hine. Sixth, the University of Queensland, Tucker and Martin. Seventh, University of Queensland Boat Club, Owen and Harris. And eighth, UTS Haberfield, Smith and Club. Presentation. The medals will be gold medal coach. Medalists representing Sydney University Boat Club, Alexandra O'Brien. Pickers. The crew was coached by second place and silver medalists, the University of Queensland boat. Tyler Hutton. The crew was coached by Philip Bourguignon. 2024 Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club and the University of Queensland Boat Club and Lucy Richardson from Wendouree Ballarat. The crew was coached by Jamie McDonald and Philip Bourguignon. Ladies in the under-21 women's coxless pair. We now have the B final of the under-23 women's single scull. In lane 1, representing Toowong, Gabrielle Geldard. In lane 2, representing Tasmania University, Kate Oliver. In lane 3, representing the University of Queensland Boat Club, Ellie Reddy. In lane 4, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Tiffany Botta. In lane 5, representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Livia Rozaya. Club, Lindsay Calvert. In lane 7 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Georgina Tager. And in lane 8, Club, Tanika Webb.
Now, we're just seeing the... It gives you an idea of... But from Griffith University surface... them, and then sitting in the middle, Livia Rozaya from Melbourne University. That's our 1, 2 and 3. And then across we've got Georgina Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club, looks to just be leading Kate Oliver from Tasmania University and Ellie Reddy from the University of Queensland, with Gabrielle Geldard and Tanika Webb making up our field there. So again, this fantastic view that we've got over our 8 rowers, and it's the scullers in lanes 4 and 6 with the lead, Tiffany Botta from Sydney University. Out in front. Between them, so all moving towards the last 2. The final 250 metre mark. The red boys will start to come into view now. And in the coming hours and in the coming days, we're going to... Or A finals, trying to cheer a single scull. You can hear the cheers coming from the final stages. Tiffany Botta, head of Lindsay Calvert from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Up now on Lindsay Calvert. From Sydney University, looking very strong out in front. She's extended that lead. It was neck and neck for a large part of that third 500 metres. But Tiffany Botta from Sydney University, with a couple of big strokes, will go through and take the win in the B final. Second place with a big finish, Livia Rozaya from Melbourne University, rowing through Lindsay Calvert from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Coming through in 4th place, it will be the sculler in lane 2 from Tasmania University, Kate Oliver, ahead of Georgina Tager from Adelaide of Queensland in 6th. And then 7th to Tanika Webb from West Australian Rowing Club, and Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong in 8th.
Oh, fantastic fast finish there. Livia Rozaya of Melbourne University Boat Club 2nd and 3rd in that B final of the under-23 women's single scull. But we're on to the A final, and we have Danica Free from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise in lane 1, Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield in lane 2, Hannah Kenway of Brisbane and GPS in lane 3, Grace Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, Romy Cantwell of Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 5, Eliza Bridgefoot of the University of Queensland in lane 6, Sophia Whiteman of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 7, and Jessica Malcolm of Centenary in lane 8.
So through the first 1,000 metres, it was Romy Cantwell leading Grace Cypher, and only about 2 seconds. A couple of seconds between Romy Cantwell and Grace Cypher as well. So we know in the single sculls you can make up a fair amount of distance, but certainly Romy Cantwell. The drone now just ahead of our crews. Romy Cantwell, Melbourne University. From the University of Queensland, sitting in third place now as a...
So Romy Cantwell, she's already been selected to Grace Cypher, our lightweight representative at under 20. Sydney Rowing Club, all round good bloke.
And then back to Danica Free from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise. Whiteman from Sydney University in 8th. Stages now, and will it be a comeback from Grace Cypher? It's still Romy Cantwell from Melbourne. Now between our two leading scullers, Eliza Bridgefoot. Queensland, another boat length back from 250 metres to go for our leading crews. And again, fantastic footage coming here from that Grace Cypher and Eliza Bridgefoot are just be a fantastic finish. There is a little bit of a across the flags flying off across the course, and we're seeing a big row coming here from Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland, and it actually looks like that Grace Cypher might be dropping right off. Has moved up now. Cantwell still with the lead. Grace Cypher, sorry, pushing up, and then Hannah Kenway from... Apologies there. So it's still Romy Cantwell, half a boat length ahead of Grace Cypher, and then another half a boat length back to Sarah Fard. It will be a win there for Romy Cantwell. She's led from start to finish, takes the win, half a boat length ahead of Grace Cypher. Sarah from the University of Queensland in 4th, ahead of Hannah Kenway in 5th. Photo for 6 between Jessica Malcolm and Danica Free, and then back a little bit further to Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University.
Recapping the results of our A final of the Under-23 Women's Single Sculler, win for Romy Cantwell of Melbourne University Boat Club in a provisional time of 7 minutes 49.68. Second, Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. She'll take the silver medal, and the bronze medal will go to Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, just pushing out the from Brisbane and GPS. 6th, Jessica Malcolm from Centenary. 7th, Danica Free from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. And 8th, Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University Boat Club. The presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Wayne Diplock, Rowing Australia High Performance Operations Manager. Third place and bronze medalists, the University Matthew Cashman. Second place and silver medalists, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Joshua Wilson. The crew is coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2024, Melbourne University. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under-21 men's coxless pair.
Thank you, Lizzie Chapman. Thank you, Stuart John, for your work over the past hour or so. We are back on the course racing now in the B final of the under-23 men's single scull. And it's a battle between the two scullers here in the centre lanes. Moss Murphy of Sydney University alongside him in lane 5. They are the clear top two, and 1.5 who leads the set to take out 9th. The finish line, our drone sculls lined up across the Sydney International. It's getting pretty close here too in the closing strokes between those two scullers. Murphy late in the B final for the under-23 men's race shortly, but this is a strong finish here from Hugo Hobbs of Sydney University, coached by Donald McLaughlin, who looks to me now to have from the Penrith Rowing Club doing well out in lane 1. William Gilbert on this side. Looks like Ben Horsnell from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, a chance of a top 4 or 5 finish here, and it's going to be a win. It looks like to the lane 4 sculler, still as Liam Taylor charges home for Penrith Rowing Club on the far side of the Sydney International Regatta Centre, but it's certainly going to be Hugo Hobbs who comes up from second place with 500 to go to take the lead now and the win in the B final of the under-23 men's single scull. So Hugo Hobbs first, a great go for second, third, fourth and fifth. It was Liam Taylor, I think, just ahead of William Gilbert, and then it was lane 5, Moss Murphy in 4th place. Lane 7, Ben Horsner was next across the line, followed by Carl Breyer of North Esk, Jackson Morris of Mercantile, and the second Penrith sculler, Bradley Moran, in that B final. And we'll head up to the A final now, and welcome back to Chris McCarthy.
Thank you, Richard. Absolutely gorgeous morning for racing here on the first of our finals days at the 2024 Australian Rowing Championships. The under-23 men's single scull race 269 on your program, well underway now in in lane 1 from the West Australian Rowing Club, we have Blake Wyatt, coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 2 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Felix Oliver. Lane 3 from UTS Haberfield, Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemak. Dean McLaren and Sam Morton. The University of Queensland from Cam and Toowong Rowing Club in lane 8, Mitchell Bridge, coach.
With the race lead there, Nick Blackman from Adelaide University, and a pretty handy lead too. It is. It was just 0.3 over Henry Blackwell. Blackman over the last few hundred metres to go out to what looks to now be a boat length. Wyatt of the West Australian Rowing Club, and 5th in the centre. Nick Blackman in the Australian work to do. At least one of those looking to go one step higher on the podium in 2024. Through the 1500 metre mark now, it remains Nick Blackman, who is our race leader. 5:17.69 the time there, and 1.37 seconds his margin on Blake Wyatt, the West Australian, over in lane 1, who has certainly made up some ground over the last 500 metres to a clear second place now. Third at 1,500 was Henry Blackwell, the sculler from UTS, and Dom Frederico, the Mercantile sculler from Victoria, and now into fourth place, ahead of Noah Roseman from the University of Queensland. But they're into the final 300 metres now of this race, the final of the under-23 men's single scull, and still it is Nick Blackman, the sculler from Adelaide University, who leads by a length or so, but a fast finish certainly coming up from Blake Wyatt, who's coached by Stefano Belosso at the West Australian Rowing Club over on that southern side of the Sydney International Regatta Centre with the pellet here. And Dom Frederico of Mercantile, I think, has got himself finishing strongly alongside. It continues to be Blackman who leads it for Adelaide University. Australian Rowing Club certainly the edge on Henry Blackwell from Blackman from the Adelaide University Boat Clubs. Indeed, but the win will go to Nick Blackman at Adelaide University, wins the under-23 men's singles scull. Just in second place, Blake White of the West Australian Rowing Club over a fast finishing Dom Frederico. Fourth place to UTS Henry Blackwell. Fifth will go to Noah Roseman from the University of Queensland. Beside him in lane 7, Cormac Hayes of the Canberra Rowing Club. Then Toowong's Mitchell Bridge and also Felix Oliver from Melbourne University.
Confirming the results there, race 269, the under-23 men's single scull, won by Nick Blackman from Adelaide University, West Australian Rowing Club's Blake Wyatt in second, Mercantile's Dom Frederico in third place, 7:03 the winning time there. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 women's single scull championship of Australia. 1990 Australia. Third place and second place and silver medalist from Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cypher. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Romy Cantwell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2024 Australian champion and medalist in the under-23 women's single scull. Moving from the single sculls to the pairs, race number 270 on your program, well underway. It's the under-23 women's coxless pairs in lane 1, a composite of Swan River and Fremantle Rowing Clubs, Genevieve Hart and Rebecca Pretorius. Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 2, Bridget Harwood and Katerina Bitsios. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, Remy Mackay and Eliza Dunlop. In lane 4 from UTS Haberfield, Leela Anderton and April Draney. Club with lane 6 from opposite of Melbourne University and Mercantile Rowing Clubs. It's Anna Morrison and Zara Lavery. In lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett. So Richard, straight final in this race, no race for lanes, so challenge could come from anywhere as we're seeing.
Exactly, and as it turns out, we have the two halves of the Australian under-23 women's coxless 4 on opposite sides of the course here, so certainly makes it interesting to line them up from here, but our drone doing a great job overhead, and you can see on the far left of the screen there, the Sydney Rowing Club combination, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus-Barrett, who are one half of that Australian 4. And on the other side, the Swan River and Fremantle composite crew in lane 1, Genevieve Hart and Rebecca Pretorius. So 7 lanes between those 2 combinations. They'll race together later in the year for Australia at the combined Junior Under-23 and Senior World Championships. Regatta taking place at the St Catharines Rowing Course in Ontario, Canada. But they certainly are the 2 crews out in front. Now, in the middle of the course, who actually were second after 500 metres, the University of Queensland combination of Lucy Hope and Nancy Duncan-Banks, who are coached by Phil Bourguignon, who look to have just dropped back slightly into 3rd place now. Mark of the race. And you can see the lead there. He's definitely with that. Scammell and Pretorius there, and Nancy Duncan-Banks. Melbourne Uni Mercantile were in 4th place there at the halfway mark. That's Zara Lavery, followed by Rowing Club in lane. As these 8 Cox's pairs make side of the still looks to be sit there in 2nd position.
You can see on the drone footage there, the wind maybe just dropping slightly in the last 20 minutes or so. We saw some pretty quick times in the women's single and the men's single, so it's not affecting things too much out on the course, and that crosswind certainly not affecting the Sydney Rowing Club combination. So it was definitely the least favoured lane earlier on this morning there in lane 8, but not far side of the course as I say that. Approach the 50. For this coming international season. I'm going to do battle in front of the ground.
Event last year on the effect, of course, but with Genevieve Hart of the Fremantle Rowing Club. And yeah, Chris, that was
way now, so it'll be up to Sydney Rowing Club whether they can stop them gaining any more ground and perhaps just peg back a little bit of ground in the closing stages of this under-23 women's coxless pair.
It's been, yes, a decisive Pretorius of a Swan River from 2nd to 1st over the course of the 3rd 500 metres. And from here they are extending their lead. They're racing pretty much on their own there on the far side. Have dropped well back. It's still a good race then behind them for silver and bronze. Caitlin McManus-Barrett, and they do face the possibility of a late challenge from the University of Queensland, Lucy Hope and Nancy Duncan-Banks there in the centre of the course, who were in 2nd place after the first 500 metres. Leanna Morrison of Mercantile and Zara Lavery of the Melbourne University Boat Club. But only now about 150 to go for our race leaders on the southern side of the... After a tight struggle through the middle of the course, the West Australians should... Women's Cox's 4s, who'll... Honours on the line, and it's been a very good second. And Fremantle Rowing Clubs in... Up 3 strokes to go. The champions of Australia in the Fremantle in lane 1 who come across over Scammell and McManus-Barrett of the Sydney Rowing Club, University of Queensland, Hope and Duncan. Very tight for 5th place. Looks like lane take 5th place. 6th to Melbourne University lane 2, followed home by
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Wayne Diplock, 1992 Barcelona Olympian and Rowing Australia High Performance Operations Manager. Third place and bronze medalist from Mercantile Rowing Club, Dom Frederico. Second, Australian Rowing Club, Blake. Gold medalist and Australian champion. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate champion and medalist in the Under-20.
No B final required in the Under-23 men's coxless pair either, so to the time there. Did one. The Under-23 men's
the most of this regatta, and we're lucky enough to getting to witness the race in its entirety due to that little short break we had. So over in lane 1 we have a combination from Cairns supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jared Lorge and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, Miles Harold and Bradley Graham, coached by Donovan Seck. A composite between Cairns and the Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Mackenzie Branch from Griffith Uni and Zach Nixon from Cairns, coached by Miller Rowe. A composite of Cairns and Sydney Rowing Clubs in lane 5. Alec Hoskin from Sydney, Darcy Watt. And 6, Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo. Challenge could come from anywhere. A field that is littered with Under-23 Australian representatives to be almost first and third at the moment. So the Sydney Rowing Club crew and the Cairns Sydney crew, that's the two. Boxed 4. Putting up a good fight as well. As we approach 750 metres.
And Jared Lord, Mitch Salisbury of Cairns did win this event last year. To defend their title now at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. They're coached by Scott Rowe. And they are the crew racing in lane 1, so closest to that southern side of the course. And they were the very narrow leaders after 500 metres, just a third of a second. So the Sydney Rowing Club.
I'll just make a little correction to the crews that we've called out. So substitution in that reigning champion pair in lane 1. So Nick Pender from UTS partnering up with Mitch Salisbury from Cairns. So Jared Lord not racing out there. So it is it will appear there as a Cairns UTS composite in lane 1. The crew that's currently going toe-to-toe with the All Sydney crew, Miles Harold and Bradley Graham. And fantastic to have the camera car on the northern bank. So if you're wondering why you can only cycle on the southern bank with your helmet on, of course, that is because we have our fantastic camera cars made by the team at BMA, who are doing such a great job delivering us our broadcast. The drone really showing the spread of the crews there, as things still pretty tight between our leading 3 crews. The Cairn just leading over the Sydney Cairn crew.
The 1,000-metre mark in that order. So there's 2 Cairn composite combination now, as it turns out, with that late of a second to 1.08 of a second now over Sydney Rowing Club. Second place, and then Cairn Sydney, which is the Darcy Water from the Cairn composite crew in the race, as it now turns out is Cairn and Griffith University, and Zach Nixon from Cairn Rowing Club. They're coached by in 4th place, and then the 2 Victorian combinations from the Mercantile Rowing Club would be 5th and 6th at the halfway mark. Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo ahead of Charlie Clark and Hamish Nickel, but a bit of a gap back from the top 3 or 4 combinations to
running through our Australian of from Cairn. They're one half of our under-23 men's Coxless 4 to compete at the World Championships. So our leading 3 crews, all members of under-23 Australia, matched as we enter the last 500 metres. So Sydney Rowing Club still in with a shot here. And it's momentum is the Cairn Sydney competition. In the as they enter the last quarter of the race, there, especially in the battle for the lead, as just start to respond there and maybe take another. We'll only have to wait a couple 100 metres to see if the Sydney Rowing Club can find another gear in the closing stages of this under-23 men. Prime viewing here from the fantastic drone shot. It does look like they're doing that too, I think, Chris. He did say one. But Sydney Rowing Club still moving strongly. They're along lane 2 now. Miles the contenders, the leaders right alongside them, who've been in front ever since. That combination now of that. So a Queensland, New South Wales composite crew there who are having to work very hard to hold off this strong finish from Sydney Rowing Club lane 2. And then back on this side of the course, Cairn and Sydney, Alec Hoskin and Darcy Waters at the lane 5 crew. Place or 2, but Sydney Rowing Club have really got their boat moving now as they come inside the final 100 metres. Still for Cairn and the UTS Haberfield Club, they're still clear by about half a length as they cross and take the win in the under-23 men's Coxless pair. Second place, third goes. They'll be very tight, a little bit back on the course. We'll just as well, and very tight. In fact, the photos of 4th and 5th, and Mercantile will also take out 6th place on lane 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Wayne Diplock, Rowing Australia High Performance Operations Manager and 1992 Barcelona Olympian. Third place and bronze medalist, University of Queensland, Lucy Hope. And Nancy by Philip Bergeron. Second place and silver medalist, Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell. Coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2023, a composite of Swan River and Fremantle rowing clubs. Genevieve Hart. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Medalists in the under-23 women's. So the B final of the Open Women's Single Scull underway and on your screen now. And in lane 2 from Mersey, we have Ella Marshall, coached by David Tippett. Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3, that's Molly McCausland, coached by Thomas Lorich. Team Singapore in lane 4 in the centre of the course there, it's Joan Poe. Louise Carr from Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 5, coached by Peter Somerville. And Banks Rowing Club's Janice Kelderman, coached by Eleanor Crute in lane 6. It is the Singaporean sculler who is leading this B final of the Open Women's Coxless Pair by a bit over a boat length as we approach 1,500 metres rowed here in the B final.
Just to confirm that, very close finish in the previous race too, Chris. The bottom for 4th and 5th in the under-23 men's Coxless Pair. It did go to Cand and Griffith Uni, and then by just indeed it was 0.02 between 4th and 5th, so Cand Composite lane 4 were 4th and Mercantile lane 6 were in 5th place in race 271, the under-20 medals soon. But in this B final, racing for positions 9. And he's still leading it here for Team Singapore ahead of Louise Carr from Mercantile, who does still sit there in 2nd place. Molly McCausland of Sydney University, 3rd at the 3/4 way mark of the race. 4th place then Janice Kelderman from Banks, and 5th Ella Marshall. Southern side of the and watch the of this race, but a strong
Poreen we'll see in this event. So Aisha in the racing for Sydney University Boat Club in the A final has just been selected as the Singaporean sculler for the Paris Olympics. But we'll see that in the next race as we see Joan Poe leading and holding off a bit of a late charge from Louise Carr of Mercantile Rowing Club there in lane 5. Molly McCausland from Sydney University Boat Club on the far side of the course, still sitting pretty there in 3rd place. And in the pink Zooty on the near side of the course, still just leading the Tasman.
Won B final last women's. Joan Poe from Team Singapore, just a bit too strong here in the closing strokes. And clearly third still is Molly McCausland from Tom Lorish. So an international. Joan Poe from Team Singapore, clear by about 2 lengths in this B final. She closes in now. The last few strokes that are extended out to about 2.5 lengths, in fact, on the line. So Joan Poe wins the B final for Team Singapore. Louise Carr in second place for Mercantile. Third goes to Molly McCausland of Sydney Uni as she comes across the line. Now Banks will be fourth. Janice Kelderman, coached by Eleanor Crute, and fifth to Ella Marshall, who's coached by David Tippett at the Mersey Rowing Club in Devonport in northern Tasmania.
So the A final well underway and approaching the 1,000-metre mark now of the Open Women's Single Scull for the Kim Brennan Cup. In lane 1 from the University of Queensland Boat Club, we have Elizabeth Newell, coached by Philip Bergeron and Michael Russell. Team Vietnam in lane 2, Pham Thi Hugh, coached by Joe Donnelly. Sophie Reiner from Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 3. Tara Rigney from the Sydney University Boat Club and the Women's National Training Centre in lane 4. Ria Thompson from the University of Queensland and the Women's National Training Centre in lane 5. Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University in lane 6. Sydney University Boat Club's Aisha Rafai in lane 7, and Team Thailand's Nantita Krajakam in lane 8.
And it's no surprise to see the defending champion and the Australian single sculler from the last couple of years, Tara Rigney, rowing here for the Sydney University Boat Club, who leads and leads well in the final here of the Open Women's Singles. Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson, who row the double scull for double scull final coming up later in the regatta program, but it's a strong lead. Ria Thompson, Australian women's quads, or possibly even improve upon that bronze medal that they won at the Tokyo Games. So they're our clear top 2. 500 of the race, third place at half. Pham Thi Hugh from Team Vietnam, and then that sculler Chris mentioned before, Aisha Rafai from Sydney Uni, who'll be the Singaporean single sculler at the Games in Paris as well.
Still yet to qualify, Aisha, sorry. Still needs to qualify in a month or two's time at the regional.
The Oceania qualification regatta, different to the that we hear so much about, where some of the Australian crews will have to pay a visit, but a different progression for the sculler from Singapore.
Yep. The smaller nations being able to progress through the continental qualification regattas, and just over the weekend we had the South American qualification regatta on the 2016 Olympic course in Rio de Janeiro.
Of course, where Kim Brennan won her gold medal, and it's great to see her name adorning the trophy for this event, which I think was presented last year for the first time at Champion Lake. So there has for many years not been a trophy for the Open Women's Single Scull Championship in Australia, which is something of a gap in which Tara Rigney held aloft last year, and looks very likely to do so again here at Penrith today.
Tara Rigney trying to make sure that hers is the only name on the Kim Brennan Cup for as long as possible, and doesn't look like she'll be threatened in that pursuit here this morning.
If she wins it 3 times, she get to keep the trophy. We'll have to rename the Tara Rigney Cup possibly after that, but a very good race here as expected by Tara Rigney. So a bronze medal at the World Championships the past 2 years for this Australian single sculler, who will certainly go to the Paris Games and look to improve upon that placing in. Of course, a very substantial field as always will be the case. But it is, in the case of this race, Tara Rigney well clear ahead of still Ria Thompson of the University of Queensland and Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University. But with 15 metres to go, the Kim Brennan Trophy Club, and she comes across the line and takes out the win in the Open Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia, and a big it would be over Ria Thompson, her fellow Australian rowing team member, who will finish shortly in second place for the University of Queensland, another of the National Training Centre athletes, of course. Third place to Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University, who's coached by Nigel Harding. A great race for 4th, 5th and 6th. Aisha Rafe has come through well for Sydney Uni and should now take out 4th place. 5th and 6th will be very just from Sophie Rayner of Mercantile. That might need a photo to confirm. 7th place will go to Elizabeth Newell of UQBC, and 8th place Natita Kranjam from Team Thailand.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Wayne Diplock, Rowing Australia High Performance owner. Bronze medalists from a composite of the Cairns and Sydney rowing clubs. Alec Hoskin and Darcy Watter, crew coached by Scott Rowe and Donovan Sepp. Second place, rowing club, Miles Harold, Bradley Graham, crew coached by and Australian champions for 2024, Haberfield Rowing, Nick and Mitch Salisbury. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2020 and medalists in the Under-23 Men's Coxless Pair.
The B final of the Open Men's Single Scull reached its conclusion. Just to confirm that Tara Rigney winning the Open Women's Single Scull at time is of Ria Thompson of the University of Queensland. So a strong win there to Tara Rigney for the second year in a row. She will take the Kim Brennan Trophy.
So to quickly run through the field in the B final of the Open Men's Single Scull, we have Easter Rowing Club from Singapore on the far side, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, Corio Bay 3, Team Vietnam in lane 4, Buckingham Rowing Club lane 5, North Esk lane 6, Team Thailand in lane 7, and Commercial Rowing Club in lane 8.
Underway in the A final too. In fact, I think we had some shots on screen from further down the course, but that is now the B final here, nearing its conclusion. Stephen Cox from Sydney Rowing Club on lane 2, and they come into the final now 150 metres of this race. Stephen Cox had it by 1.63 seconds after 1,500 metres. Kyle Fram in third place for the Easter Rowing Club, and then Xavier Hall-Sullivan from the Corio Bay Rowing Club in. They close in on the final strokes of this race, so it's going to be a 9th place finish. We heard about him. National flavour of this regatta, but rowing here for Sydney Rowing Club. He'll win this by a length and a half, coached by Fran Dimfeld, and he wins it ahead of Nguyen Van Huy of Team Vietnam in second place. Third goes to Easter's Kyle Fram, and fourth place Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay. And the gap back to the scullers on this side of the field with a couple of empty lanes too in this B final. Fifth place will go to Team Thailand, Premat Wanasith, and sixth to Commercial Alexander Jeremijenko.
rowing time there. 7:15.09 as we join the A final of the Open Men's Singles Scull for the Dr. Steve Hinchy Memorial Trophy. In lane 1, James Meads from Banks Rowing Club. In lane 2, Caleb Antill from the Australian National University. In lane 3, from Sydney University Boat Club, David Bartolo. Lane 4, also from the Sydney University Boat Club, Campbell Watts. And in lane 5, the 3rd Sydney University Boat Club sculler, Marcus Delamata. And in lane 6, from the Australian National University, we have Hamish Harding. Lane 7, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Joel Kane. And Paradise Rowing Club. Delamata. So at that first.
Side by side as the results dictated from the earlier rounds of race of the defending Antill from the Australian National over his Australian teammate David Bartolo. In fact, it's not that clear at all. It's just 0.3 of a second. Delamata from Bartolo and then Watts. So 0.8 of a second, first to third at the halfway mark of the Open Men's Singles Scull. Hamish Harding in 4th place. Caleb Antill in 5th, James Meads of Banks in 6th, Jackson Free, the Queenslander, 7th, and then it was Joel Kane, the field of 8 here in this race, which is for the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy. And we must once again briefly recognise the great man after whom this trophy is. 3 years ago, as a boat race official at National Championships, would in fact have officiated his 50th Nationals had the 2020 event been held here in Sydney. Of the sport, President, Chairman of both Rowing Queensland, Australian Rowing Team Doctor and Team Manager, including at the 1988 Seoul Olympics and the 1986 Commonwealth Games. And the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy is a very impressive trophy with Greg Smith and many others worked to the winner each year, and who was a great friend, of course, of Stephen Hinchy as well. So we'll winner of the does look as if it is the
say that any position other than first is quite so decided yet. Caleb Antill on the far side of the course, so in those slightly more sheltered lanes, still sitting well within striking distance, I'd say almost as is Hamish Harding there from the Australian National University Boat Club, the now former lightweight athlete, and here really mixing it. Less than 2 seconds off a podium placing, so everything to play for the minor placings here in the Open Men's Singles Scull as it enters the last 500 metres, the last almost 350 metres of the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Yeah, so David Bartolo, who took home the inaugural edition of Ngambie Gold at the Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre back, I think, in late February it was, where he beat Marcus Delamata on that day in the race for the $5,000 first prize. No cash on the line here, but a substantial trophy, and more importantly, the title of a national champion to the winner here. And David Bartolo of Sydney Uni, who was sitting third after 500 metres, has moved his way through the field, gone past certainly both Campbell Watts and Marcus Delamata, who are engaged in a great battle for the silver and bronze medal. Hamish Harding is still there from the ANU. Caleb Antill, who won this race last year, currently sits 4th, but not too far off the podium either. And James Meads of Banks, who's had a very strong season down in Victoria, sits probably in 6th place on the far side of the course.
Caleb. Marcus Delamata's going with them. Safe. He will all going to plan barring disaster. Trophy, but it'll come right down to the line between Campbell Watts and Marcus Delamata. Watts is going with him, but it won't be enough. He'll run out of room. Marcus Delamata for the silver, Campbell Watts for the bronze. Sydney University 1, 2 and 3. It's Caleb Antill just outside of the medals ahead of Hamish Harding. James Meads from the Banks Rowing Club in 6th place. And Jackson Free from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise in 7th ahead of Melbourne University's Joel Kane.
Oh, it is indeed a Sydney University trifecta. The Dr. Stephen Hitchie Memorial Trifecta.
Presentation of medals for the Open Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Wayne Diplock, Rowing Australia High Performance Operations Manager and 1992 Barcelona Olympian. Third place and bronze medalist from the Australian, coached by Nigel Harding. University of Queensland Boat Club, Ria Thompson. For 2024 from the Kimber. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the 2024 Australian champion and medalist in the Open Women's Singles Scull.
We go back down to the 2,000 metre start line. A great view from above there of the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and with a straight final here in the Open Women's Coxless pair. They are underway in the race for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy, the 6 crews from the 2,000 metre start. So it's Mercantile and Melbourne University, Lucy Steffen and Katrina Werry in lane 1. Team Vietnam in lane 2, in fact, I should say, closer to the top of the screen there. Lane 3 is Team Vietnam, Ha Thi Vu and Duy Thuy Bong, coached by Joe Donnelly. Lane 4, Mercantile and the University of Western Australia, Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr. Lane 5, Sydney University, Taylor Caudle and India Hobbs, coached by Tom Lorridge. Lane 6 is Cairn, Madeline Williams and Jess Scott, coached by Warren Rowe and Scott Rowe. And lane 7, another of the NTC composite crews in this race, Jess Morrison from Mercantile and Georgia Patton from the West Australian Rowing Club. And they are through the first few hundred metres now. It does look like one of those 3 NTC combinations. Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr, it is showing out in front on lane 4. Through the 500 metre mark they go now, and it is indeed that lane 4 combination who do lead it. Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr, narrowly by just 0.63 of a second from Jess Morrison, of course, one half of the Australian pair. NTC straight final, Chris. No races for lanes, no seatings. Now leaders appropriately are right across the course here.
Yeah, exactly. So no opportunity for Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr, who are still leading in the second 5. Half of the Australian women's pair, joined with Jess Morrison there, joined by Georgia Patton from the West Australian Rowing Club, who are just starting to encroach on that early lead. And have a better indication of that in the in just a couple hundred metres time as we approached the 1,000 metre mark, but our drone showing that there is nothing in between those two crews, and Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy, which I believe has been won, and Annabelle.
Indeed. Silver medalist in the Cox's pair back at the London Games in 2012, a three-time Olympian. Downstairs yesterday with, of course, as a proud West Australian, a giant swan on the top of the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy. And what a race it's going to be over the second 1,000 metres here with Mercantile and the University of Western Australia. Just ahead of Jess Morrison. Only the smallest of margins between them. There's 0.1. The all-Victorian combination on Mercantile. Their own. Katrina of Lake Wendouree, so first and second on the middle and far side of the course.
So Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr. To Morris. Patton don't appear to be come right down to the closing stages, but this time for the gold medal in the open women's. Paige Barr and Bronwyn Cox doing a great job there.
And in fact, Chris, it is Katrina Werry and Lucy Stephen who are the defending champions in this event, having won it at Champion Lakes last year, the All-Victorian combination by 2 points. Some late changes to the crews. It may well have been a year ago, and Werry and Stephen won the trials in Perth, and they're looking to do so again here, but have some work to do over the closing stages because stretching out now to about a boat length lead, 2.13 seconds. It is Jess Morrison and Georgia Patton in that West Australian Rowing Club and Mercantile combination ahead of Mercantile and University of Western Australia. That's Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr, and then Mercantile, Melbourne Union, Stephen and Werry. The clear top three certainly as they come through now, about 400 metres still to race. Have the blue boat there of Team Vietnam also towards the top of the screen, the distinctive red and yellow national colours of the Vietnam rowers, probably sitting in 5th place, just behind it'd be Canned, Madeline Williams and Jess Scott, I think, who are 4th. And then 6th place behind them, Taylor Cordell and India Hobbs for Sydney University. But the stereotypical race of two halves here. It is the top three, the three NTC boats comfortably clear and having a great race between them as well. It is still the lane 7 combination who lead it, Jess Morrison and Georgia Patton on this grandstand side of the course, but coming home well in the centre lanes there. We do have Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr and Lucy Stephen and Katrina Werry get moving too on the southern side of the Sydney. With 500 to go, it looks like the combination on this side, the West Australian Rowing Club and Mercantile Composite crew. Olympic gold medalist Jess Morrison along with Georgia Patton there in the course, and the open women's Cox's pair, the Patton by just over a length on lane 7. Head of Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr. Werry from Mercantile, Melbourne Uni over on lane 2. 4th place looks like the Canned combination. Williams and Scott will finish to Sydney University. 7:09.01 there, the unofficial winning time, and 2.73 seconds the margin. The win goes to Jess Morrison and Georgia Patton.
Presentation of medals for the Open Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Ray Ebbett, Rowing Australia Life member, and accompanied by Andrew Gearin, OAM, Rowing Australia Life. Third place, and bronze University. Sydney University Boat Club, Mark. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024 from the Sydney University Boat Club, David Buck. Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Andrew Gear. Champion and medalists in the Open Men's Single Scull. So no B final in the next event, so that is due to be the Open Men's Coxless pair for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy. A straight A final here, so skipping one race, and the A final will be underway very shortly. Over in lane one, we've got a composite from Swan River and Fremantle Rowing Club. Miles McQuillan from University of Western Australia in lane two. Queensland Academy of Sport in Melbourne University composite crew from the Men's National Training Centre, Rowan Lavery and Jackson Kench. Melbourne Uni and UTS composite, Paddy Holt, Simon Keenan in lane 5. Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 6, Hamish Winpope, Charlie Petruni. In Melbourne University UTS composite in lane 7, it's Torben Ungermuck and Harry Fox. And all canned crew supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes. Uni composite, Paddy Holt and Simon Keenan. Coming up, and the crew to the right of them, Rowan Lavery and Jackson Kench, they're our men's reserve pair. Centre of the course there.
Yep, that distinctive green coloured canvas is there on the lead boat of Paddy Holt and Simon Keenan, who certainly got away to a very bright start in the opening stroke. Themselves out ahead of Rowan Lavery and Jackson Kench, the Sydney Uni Melbourne. Find out soon as they come through the 500 metre mark, and it's about a 3/4 of a length lead to Melbourne Uni UTS. The crew in lane 5, 1.3 seconds in fact over Sydney Uni. Lane 3, Elliot Appel. Those three Killaroos look to put a bit of a... The Melbourne Uni UTS from lane Canned in lane 8 in. Heading towards halfway now in this race, the A final of the Open Men's Coxless pair for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy. The race was won last year by Sydney. We're now towards the halfway mark by that Australian combination. Paddy Holt of the University of Technology Sydney, the UTS Haberfield Club, and Simon. So training on Lake Burley Griffin in Canberra throughout the season here, and coming here to race at the National Championships too, and leading it by some clear water now over Sydney Uni Melbourne Boat Club and Jackson Kench from Sydney University. Canned, in fact, the Melbourne Uni's ahead of lane 3, Canned, Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe, but a good race there for the bronze medal potentially, but the lead certainly, as we can see now from that great aerial shot, is with the crew in lane 5 as they come down in that perfect arrow formation. Lane 5 leading it from lane 4 and then lane 6 and 3 all the way down the course. The one outlier is the crew right across on the right of the screen. That was Liam Davis and Miles McQuillan. Despite being in the outside lane, lane 1 was sitting in about 5th or 6th spot, so doing a very good job on those waters on the far side here of the Sydney International Regatta Centre as they close in now on the 3/4 mark of this race. Clear here is this UTS Haberfield, Paddy Holt and Simon Keenan, and they've extended their lead out now to well over 5 seconds, in fact, 5.12 it is, over Sydney Uni and Melbourne Uni in second place. Rowan Lavery and Jackson Kench, the reserve Australian pair, they're taking on the selected crew. As we head up towards, after these championships, of course, to the international racing season. We're moving over to the European regattas and concluding, of course, with the Olympic regatta taking place at Paris in late July of 2024. So really only some 4 or so months away until that action does get underway in the Olympic regatta. But it's and Jackson Kench. Race for bronze continues to be between Hamish Winpope and Charlie Petruni, the All Melbourne Uni crew, and possibly now up into 4th, Liam Davis and Miles McQuillan. Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe, and then also lane 7, Torben Ungermark of UTS and Harry Fox of the Melbourne University Boat Club, who are coaching the composite crew. But up here, certainly to the Australian men's coxless pair, Paddy Holt of the University of Technology Sydney in the bow seat of the boat, Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club. Bromley Memorial Trophy about to come to its conclusion, and the green and gold boat of the Australian men's coxless pair is going to take men's coxless pair. Paddy Holt and Simon Keenan take the win, about 3 lengths in the end, so they pulled away late from Sydney. Bronze will go to Melbourne Uni, lane 6, Winpope and Petruni. 4th, flying home is lane 7. That's Ungermark and Fox, who will get up narrowly for 4th place ahead of those West Australians. David, the far side of the course. Then it will be Canned QAS next in 6th place. Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe ahead of lane 8. Will go to the University of Western Australia.
presentation of medals and the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy for the Open Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Andrew Gearin, OAM, Rowing Australia Life Member. Third place and bronze medalist, Mercantile Melbourne University Stefan and Katrina Werry. Second place and silver medalist, Mercantile University of Western Australia Composite, Paige Barr and Bronwyn Cox. In 2024, the West Australia S. Morris. Andrew Gearin, OAM. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2024 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Women's Coxless Pair. We move back to single scull racing. We bid farewell to Richard Dorstein in the commentary box for the time being, and welcome Owen Nix back up here for the first time today. Morning, Owen.
Morning, Chris. And as we now move to the PR3 men's single scull B final, the field that we have in lane 4, Bundaberg Community Rowing Club, Sam Shaloub, coached by
just the two in Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg Rowing Club was in the lead quite convincingly at the 1,000-metre mark. Christian Lane Krebs named, I believe, Bundaberg's Young Australian of the Year earlier this year at the Australia Day ceremonies, and a sculler who we've seen racing down here in New South Wales quite a bit this season, and he will be familiar with Sam Shaloub from the Community Rowing Club in Sydney, who has, I believe, only just started in the sport this season. Through the colours of Christian Lane Krebs from the Bundaberg Rowing Club, moving through and extending that lead here in the B final of the PR3 men's single scull. Unlucky to miss out on the A final of this event, falling victim to our co-commentator Stuart John in the repechage yesterday just before the lunch break. Sam Shaloub 26 seconds the margin, so extending slightly, but Still having a great row. The PR3 men's single scull here. Right. Here at the earlier on, we briefly few races, certainly for the men's pair race that we just had before, and just dying off particularly in the last movement on the course in the early stage of the race in the first 1,000 metres, and then fantastic conditions here in the second half of the course as we watch Christian Lane Krebs from the Bundaberg Rowing Club an all-the-way win here in the B final of the PR3 men's. They're coached by Alan Goff. Meters clear of his competitor there. Sam Shaloub from the Community Rowing Club, coached by Brian Guthrie, who will cross the line in second place.
We now move to the A final of the PR3 men's single scull. It's race 200 in lane number 1. Boat Club, lane 2. Russell leading at a time of 1:49. That first 500 metres in a time of 1:49, a further 3.41 seconds back to Jed Altschwager of Torrens Rowing Club in South Australia. Seth Sweeney, who looked so good in the heats, he was third through there, followed by Bodie Hebhart, Michael Taylor, Aaron Skinner and Stuart John.
So a great race in the first heat of this event between Mac Russell and Jed Altschwager. Really just getting ahead in the... Mac is just... Last time the National Championships was here, won the PR3 men's single scull in some very trying conditions. Jed Olschweger still sitting just about a boat length behind there in second place. Seth Swinney, the sculler from Mercantile Rowing Club in the centre of the course, trailing, and Michael Taylor. 1-2 trailing back in from Adelaide. From Aaron Skinner from Nestles and ANU's Stuart John, as Jed Olschweger starting to fight back now in the closing stages of the race there, or in the third 500 of the race, rather, the championship quarter, as it has been referred to a number of times this week. So Jed Olschweger, the South Australian, who has gone from a length behind at the 1,000-metre mark to almost half a boat length in front as we move through the third 500. As it happens in the second half of the race here. So Mac Russell, our early leader, had almost 3 seconds at one stage of the first 1,000-metre, and Jed Olschweger getting back onto level pegging at about the 12.50 and pushing through to a half a boat length lead last time we saw, and now at the 1,500-metre mark. Club, Jed Olschweger, as he pushes out to clear water over Mac Russell of the University of Queensland Boat Club, who in turn 1 length clear of Seth Swinney of Mercantile, who will be smelling the opportunity here at the head of the field to perhaps promote himself into a silver medal position, as he gets a little bit of overlap on Mac Russell of University of Queensland Boat Club. Clear water now between Jed Olschweger and Mac Russell for first and second. And now back at the 1,500-metre mark now, we'll see the sculler over on the far side of the course from Nestles Rowing Club. That's the Tasmania University Boat Club sculler, Michael Taylor. Certainly on our top 3 here in the A final, the PR3 men's single scull. Jed Olschweger moving out to even greater of a lead there, almost 2 boat lengths as he approaches 1,750 metres road. Mac Russell will have to look out. Seth Swinney, they cross 250 metres left. Something here to turn this around. Jed Olschweger, he was behind in the first, in the third 500 in the championship. Sculler from South Australia, a turbulent couple of here at the National Championship in the PR. Olschweger of the Torrens Rowing Club in the final. Timed row to University of Queensland Boat Club, who will have to settle for the bronze medal here in the PR3 men's single scull. Our top 3 some way ahead of the field, but it will be sculler on the far side of the course there. That is the sculler from Nestles Rowing Club, Aaron Skinner from Victoria. Sculler in lane 7 from Adelaide High, Bodie Hephart, coached by Joe Malcolm. The 5th. Michael Taylor from Tasmania University Boat Club there, just into the last 100 metres of the course in the distinctive red club. He will cross the line in 6th place. And national William Hatcher in 7th place rather.
Presentation of medals for the Open Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. And the medals will be presented by Andrew Gearan, OAM, Life member, rowing at Institute of and Charlie Batruni. Second place and silver medalist representing Sydney University boat. Of Melbourne University. And Jackson Kench of Sydney University. Gold medalists and Australian UTS Haberfield and the national and Simon Keane. And the Ted Bromley Memorial. Congratulate the 2024 Australian.
Course, race 281 on your program, the B final, the under 21 lightweight women's single scull.
The field that we have in lane 3 from Unley High School, Scarlett Shanks, coached by Daniel Ralph. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Berricree, coached by Lachlan Carter. Callie McRae representing Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club in lane number 5, coached by Kim Byrne and Matthew Thompson. They're also the coaches of the Rockhampton Fitzroy Sculler in lane number 6, Layla Struthers.
Things were with Callie McRae of Rockhampton Fitzroy was just narrowly leading Sarah. Rowing Club Sculler there just staying calm in that battle and moving out to a pretty decisive lead. 5.72 seconds up on Callie McRae of Rockhampton Fitzroy. The only high sculler, Scarlett Shanks, in lane 3, was 3.74 seconds back on that. But having a look at our drone footage here, you can see that a slightly different story. Reasonably tight for second place, and second place will be 9th in the event overall. Layla Struthers from Rockhampton Fitzroy on the left-hand side of your picture there, just slightly out of contention at this stage, as you can see. Clearwater now a bit over a boat length lead from the leading Rockhampton Fitzroy sculler, Callie McRae, coached by Kim Byrne and Matthew Thompson. You can see the centre of your picture there in lane 5. Florence Griffiths, not letting her foot off the gas in the closing stages of the race. That's 1,750 metres road now, and about 4 boat lengths on her nearest rival, and continuing to extend that lead here in the B final of the under-21 lightweight women's scull. Scarlett Shanks of Unley High and the coach leading by about 2. Layla Struthers, the second Rockhampton Fitzroy sculler, just a little bit off the pace and looking to take things pretty easy. Another race this afternoon that is well worth the energy for, but Sarah Berricree opening up quite a commanding lead and a convincing win. Women's single scull, and about 30 metres back to who will cross the line second place ahead of the Queenslander from Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club, Callie McRae, coached by Kim Byrne and Matthew Thompson. So the A final well underway now, race 282 on your program, the under-21 lightweight women's single scull.
Around the field that we have Charlotte Ball, Melbourne University in lane number 1, lane 2 Scarlett Woodbury of the University of Queensland. Alice O'Toole representing Toowong is in lane number 3, Emily Lang of Loreto Marriotteville in lane 4, Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5, Emily Graham of the University of Queensland in 6, Alex Perry Dalton of ANU in lane 7. Number 8.
A pretty tight battle at the back of the... No doubt about our race leader, Liesl Page from the Sydney Rowing. At the 1,000 metre mark, had a almost 6-second lead over Alice O'Toole from Toowong Rowing Club and University of Queensland's Emily Graham, about 4 seconds back on her. Who's the only, who's a little bit closer to the trailing pack than our leading 2 athletes who have really separated themselves from the field and don't look in any danger whatsoever in the last 700 metres or so of lightweight women's single scull. Under 23 heavyweight. So a big step up for the lightweight athlete, but back in her home event as it was in the lightweight single, and making her presence known, that is for sure, as she leads Alice O'Toole from Toowong Rowing Club, coached by Alex Field and Claire Raven, by almost 9 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark, which is almost unheard of in lightweight rowing, and a similar mark. University of Queensland's 4th place, Scarlett Wood. And Alex Perry Dalton from the Australian National University back in 5th place, who's for 4th place, but both scullers outside the medals. Lang from Loreto, sitting back of the under-19 single heavyweight or open weight single scull earlier this morning. Nisha Haman of Ball from Melbourne University Boat Club trailing the field at this stage of the race, but there is no doubt about our race leaders, almost no doubt about our entire podium at this stage. Very uncharacteristic of lightweight rowing that we've got such distant margins between our top 3, but Liesl Page, as it has been from the start. Last 100 metres of the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It'll be all the way victory in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull for Sydney Rowing Club. Alice O'Toole from Toowong in the blue boat on the far side of the course there in lane 3, coached by Alex Field, and Claire Raven will come home for the silver medal. So Liesl Page crossing the line. She'll be your national champion in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. Alice O'Toole from Toowong Rowing Club in Queensland will cross the line to take the silver medal ahead of her fellow Queenslander, University of Queensland Boat Club, Emily Graham, to secure herself the bronze medal. Fellow University of Queensland sculler Scarlett Woodbury will cross the line in 4th. Alex Perry-Dalton from the Loretto Marriotteville in 7th. Field here in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull.
Presentation of medals for the PR3 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. And the medals will be presented by Andrew Gearin, OAM. Third place and bronze medalist representing the Russell and Morgan Hodgson. Seth Swinney. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024. Institute, Jed Altschwager. And medalists. Okay, we have the B final. Hayden Williamson, Hang, in 5. Thomas Osborne, Unley High School in 7.
And this race fast approaching its conclusion, about 150 metres left to row, and it is the sculler in the yellow boat and in the in lane 3 from the Australian National University, Max Reardon, coached by William from Leichhardt, and quarters of a boat to single scull. It's down to half a boat length now. It's Dylan Lee really lifting for Leichhardt Rowing Club in the closing stages of the race. He'll just run out of water, about 10 metres short, I think, as Max Reardon from the Australian National University hangs on to the win in the B final. Dylan Lee from Leichhardt in 2nd place. Thomas Osborne In third place there.
In third, Melbourne University's Lewin Harridge. And a very close photo finish for fourth with Beecher Ross of Adelaide University. We'll keep you posted on the result of that photo finish. Hunter Valley Grammar School's Hayden Williamson sixth and Adam Chang of Hawthorn in seventh position. The A final underway, and it's race 284. And the field that we have in lane one, Black Mountain George Bowditch. Lane two, Marist College Canberra, Garvin Hayes. In lane three, Kyle Miller, Adelaide University. In lane four, Adelaide University, Hugo Worm. In lane five, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Luke Purdy. In lane six, Brisbane State High, Jason McKenzie. And in lane seven, Unley High School, Nate Lesu. And Ishan Shalika is the ANU sculler. So some fantastic footage. 150 metre mark and a Hunter Valley.
So the A final approaching the 1500 metre mark. It is the sculler in lane four from the Adelaide University Boat Club, Hugo Worm, who is doing battle with the man on his left from the Hunter Valley Grammar School, Luke Purdy, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And it is really tight as we come into the 1500 metre mark here. I think they're giving our timing hunt volunteers a workout as Hugo Worm, but only narrowly for Adelaide University Boat Club. 0.4 of a second back to Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School. Adelaide University's Kyle Miller in third, so possibly two scullers with the Pirate Blades going to be on the podium here. Nate Lesu from Unley High in second. State High in fifth. Bowditch in seventh, in the Australian National University's Ishan Shalika in eighth place. The sculler who had such a fantastic finish to find himself in this A final. But it is still all eyes on the battle for the gold medal here in the under 21 Australia. And Jay right. The battle between the left-hand side and up a slight advantage from what he it is National Regatta Centre. Hugo Worm from here. He's opened up here. It'll be the sculler from Adelaide, Hugo Worm, battling the entire way down the and single scull by just under a boat length from Luke Purdy of the Hunter Valley Grammar School, who will have to settle for the silver medal. The second Adelaide University Boat Club sculler, Kyle Miller, will come home with the bronze. It'll be myself there. So the Brisbane State High sculler, Jason McKenzie. Shalika from the Australian National University in eighth place.
Okay, we have the A final. Weight women's singles. Cook. Lane 2, Abby Richards of Canberra Club. Phoebe Teal of Sydney University in lane number 4. Laura Cypher of Sydney in 5. In lane. Finally in lane number 7, and Jemima Powell of Toowong Rowing Club in lane number 8.
Lightweight battle. Age category, and battling it out for the of Sydney Rowing Club. 100-metre mark, and from what we saw on the drone, just reversed, but there's only a 1/10 of a second in it. 1,000-metre mark. Boiti to Hin from Team Vietnam also only as crews approach about 9. And the next best place sculler, it's in lane. Lucy DeClaria Cade and Melbourne University. Second 500. Second to Sophie Robinson, the sculler from Tasmanian University Boat Club. Boiti provisional bronze medal position, 2.5 seconds adrift of our provisional silver medalist. Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise sitting in 4th place from Jemima Powell of Toowong. Lucy DeClaria Cade of Melbourne University Boat Club in 6th. Sydney University's Phoebe Teal in 7th, and Abby Richards of Canberra Rowing Club sitting in 8th place at the moment. But those 6 all separated by about 1. On the podium placing. It's clear of that threat, but 4th, 5th, 6th plus margin. But the battle for the lead is not over yet either. We saw Laura Cypher moving up into that provisional. Still holding on. The Tasmanian Sophie Robinson. Tasmanian, but and Alan Bennett on sculler Laura for the, but I may have spoken Tasmanian just 0.81 of a second, so the lead changes once again. We've had single scull, so I'm not going to make any predictions on what happens in the next couple of 100 metres of this race. The sculler from Vietnam, Boiti Tu Hien, still currently holding on to the provisional bronze medal position, but that margin narrowing as well, as Olivia Cook from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise has designs on that podium placing. Jemima Powell from Toowong Rowing Club also just trailing back by 0.69 of a second. So anyone's game for who's going to finish on the podium, and any Cypher mounting another charge on the lead over Sophie Robinson of the moment. Perhaps the Tasmanian in the closing few 100 metres, so about 200. Lightweight. It was the Cypher Tasmanian once again at the 1500. In the closing stages of the race, these scullers almost in of the course here in the under-23. Has still got her bow ball in front. Laura Cypher is charging hard to try and... We saw her sister take the silver medal in the heavy single scull, and it looks to be it's going to finishing Laura Cypher, but can't quite get there in the end. Takes the gold medal in the national championship in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. Laura Cypher for the silver. A close battle for the bronze medal as the scull from Queensland, the Griffith University. 2 head from settling for 5th place. From Sydney University by
of medals for the under-21 lightweight women's will be presented by Live. Third place, Andy Graham, coach. Toowong Rowing Club. Raven. And 24. Please congratulate the 2024 Australian champion and medalists. We now move to in lane 6 and scratching out of lane number 7.
Cliff from the University of Western Australia in lane the under-23 lightweight men's single scull, and shell, which I think we described as fuchsia yesterday, and when I was joined boat colours. Packer blue and Hudson blue at certain schools. But I'm sure we've got plenty of time to get into that later on in the week as this B final is upon us. And in the red boys of the last 100 metres, it is Oliver Cliff of the University of Western Australia. He leads from Black Mountain's Matthew Rickard in second place by it was 6 seconds at the 1500, and I would say an even greater margin as we approach the finish line. A tight battle on for third place between the sculler from Commercial and the sculler from Adelaide. Nicholas Langford from Commercial. Adelaide's Joshua Lascock sitting in fourth, but looking to just grab himself one more position in the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. Black Mountain's Matthew Rickard in second place. It'll be a tight battle on for third here in the B final. Might have just gotten that. Nicholas Langford over Joshua Lascock of Adelaide Rowing Club. So we'll wait for the confirmation results there. Angus Dunstan from rounding out this B final, under 23 lightweight.
Further up the course, race 288, the A final of the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. In the field we have Sam Parry, Jacob Sangster, coached by Alex Thompson. In lane 3, North Esk, Oscar. Laurie Dean of North Esk is in lane 5. He's also coached by Trevor Barrett. Innie of Queensland, Riley Williams in lane number 6, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 7, Mercantile's Benjamin Whitney. And in lane number 8, Tasmania University, Angus Painter, coached by Sean Finlayson.
4 or 5 crews, all within a second of each other. Our leading 5 crews there. Race, and a great time for me to not have the timing screen right in front of me, but Jacob Sangster leading there from Oscar Birtwistle, Damien Schroeder, all within just the University of Queensland of the pack, but in saying that, it's University, Damien Schroeder, who'd maybe just gotten the nothing separating these lightweight men's singles. Engage in the championship 500 now, the third quarter of the race. Just a little bit out of contention at this. Riley Williams from the University of Queensland and Angus Painter from out of contention here, but Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 4 with his left-hand side. Laurie Dean from North Esk Rowing Club, and who's just ahead of the second of the North Esk scullers, Oscar Birtwistle, sitting just outside of the podium placings at this stage. Who is leading this A final. Birtwistle from North Esk sitting just outside of position, who is currently occupied by Sam Parry of Toowong Rowing Club. His lightweight. From the lightweights, we've had match race in the lightweight women's pair. It is still Damien hand side in the form of going with him in the closing stages of this race. Is about single scull. It's been Damien Schroeder the whole way down the course, but it's never been convincing as all crews, the top 3 crews only separated by less than a second. The Sydney International Regatta Centre, the under-23 lightweight men's single scull championship of Australia. It's Damien Laurie Dean of the North, but the order in which they'll cross the line is yet to be decided. Damien Schroeder here in the Laurie Dean from North Esk. In Melbourne, it'll be Damien Schroeder from Melbourne over the Tasmanian Laurie Dean Fremantle will take the bronze. Oscar Birtwistle from North-Esk University in 6th place. Riley Williams. Sam Parry. I think that is going to do me. To take over for me.
Presentation of medals for championship. In third place, University, coached by second place and silver medalist representing Hunter Valley Grammar School by Odin McIntyre. Gold. Adelaide University. Congratulate the two champion and medalist.
The excitement of the last don't forget Asia Pacific events and a and one economy. Western, the Australian Rowing Championships. Roasters, and to celebrate the partnership between rowing fans. To enter, simply scan any of the submit your details. The winners selected at random will be announced on Monday, March 25th. Good. $776 BC pop-up this Australian Rowing Championships. Access exclusive regatta offers on products and learn how 76 BC. We are just awaiting the commencement of our next event race, 289 it will be. To get back up to the start line, so it won't be too long before racing in wonderful vision from high above the Sydney International Regatta Centre to the left of screen, and the pontoon where our Victory thank today's presentation. A number of the local or semi-local schools at least will be providing the tray holders throughout until our final races, the Queen's Cup for the women. Sunday. Fantastic conditions here at Penrith as our drone takes us back up the course. The warm-up lake there to the left, which is so ingeniously separated from the main racing course. So as they prepare for 100 metres, of course. It splits as those crews pass through the point, and then back up at the start line we can see the crews are moving into. It'll be a tough race to top the excitement of the previous event that we've just seen. In fact, some great lightweight particularly, I think Chris McCarthy's had to go and draw breath after some tight finishes there in a number of races, but we'll soon have a match race. The University of Queensland and Melbourne University, which will be underway.
For the Under-20 Championship of Australia. Senior coach of the third place and bronze medalist representing Fremantle Rowing. Jacob is coached by Alex Thompson. Medalist representing North Esk Rowing Club, Laurie Dean. Laurie is coached by Trevor Barrett. Gold medalist and representing Melbourne University Boat Club. Lists in the Under-23 light.
As we are back underway in the course, on the course, and this is race 289 as you We just heard him, joined now by Lizzie Chapman for the final 30 minutes or so before the lunch break here at the almost the middle stages, Lizzie, of this huge regatta.
It is, yes. Middle stages, and lots of exciting racing has already happened, and there is more to come. We have quite a small event now, the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair. And in lane 4, we have Scarlett Woodbury, who we just saw come fourth in the single scull, so she's had to have a very quick change from sculling to sweep. Quite admirable there. She's in a pair with Emily Graham, and they are coached by Michael Russell. And in lane 5, representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Charlotte Ball and Emily
Also did see Charlotte Ball racing about 40 minutes ago as well in the final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. She finished in 7th place. These scullers have raced down the course.
jump in the pair. We know her really as a sweep rower. I'm pretty sure she was in the bow seat, so here she is again in the bow seat, making that Melbourne University pair swing along there.
And they're looking, yeah, pretty good out in front there too, the Melbourne University combination. So they've cleared out really by several lengths on the chase. 10-second lead, in fact, at the 500-metre mark, 1:55.50. University, and 9.85 seconds there, margin over the University of Queensland. So Charlotte Ball and Emily McComb, coached by Matt Ryan, leading it from the University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury and Emily Graham. And as they come through halfway mark, now we will see if that's almost 10. It may well have done so as Melbourne Unity go through in 3:57.90, and yes, it's almost 15 seconds now, 14.71 seconds between first and second place. There is the combination. In the bow seat, doing his second race in the space of 45 minutes, a former student from the Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who we'll see with designs on defending their Schoolgirl 8s championship title on Sunday morning. The heats of that event possibly coming up later on today when the school regatta begins, or maybe tomorrow, but the school singles certainly, and some of the smaller boats are on this afternoon, which is always exciting racing and brings the crowd. Also in that Melbourne Uni crew, as I said, coached by Matt Club, and they are continuing on their merry way through the third 500 of the race. A comfortable lead back. It was almost 15 seconds at halfway on Scarlett Woodbury and Emily Russell, the combination in second place from UQ. And there is the gap between the two crews as they come through now with about a third of the 2,000 metre race still to go. Emily, 21 lightweight women's single scull as well. Through 1,500 metres now in a time of 6:03.05. Melbourne University continue with that very comfortable lead over the University of Queensland in second place. So with just two boats in the race, it'll be a gold medal only to be awarded in this particular event, and that to the combination from the Melbourne University Boat Club. So we've still got a couple more A finals coming up to conclude the morning's racing here at 12:40, in fact, the last schedule. Biggest day of the Australian Rowing Championships. on the program for today, going through until after 6 p.m. this evening. So we'll be here late into the evening. The Schoolboys Quad, the final event, the fourth heat of that will commence at 6:10. 6 or so hours with a brief lunch break does come up after the 12:40 race. Still Melbourne University out here comfortably in front in this 23. At that 15 or so seconds they had at the three-quarter way mark of the race. So it's going to be a gold combination. From Victoria, and they lead it from the University of Queensland. These are the final 100 metres. International regattas, and as it's been throughout most of today. Final of the under-23 lightweight women's Cox's pair, and the Australian title goes the way of Charlotte Ball and Emily McComb. And coach Matt Ryan. Second place will be the University of Queensland crew, coached by Michael Russell, and that is the combination of Scarlett Woodbury and Emily Graham as they come up now with a couple of strokes to go to conclude the race, which Melbourne Uni has gone across in an unofficial time of 8:09.69, and the margin of victory.
The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Lyle McCarthy, Senior Medal. Olivia Cook of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, who unfortunately is unable to join us for the medal ceremony. In second place, and silver medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Seifer. Laura is coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024, representing Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson. Sophie is coached by Sean Finlayson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull. We now have the final of the Under-23 Lightweight Men's Coxless pair. In lane 3, representing Mercantile, Alex Tomanovitz and Oscar Tyrrell. In lane 4, representing Toowong Rowing Club, Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly, coached by Mark Game. In lane 5, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Nick Mather and Zink Bosco, coached by Sam Fennessy and Matthias Ungermark. In lane 6, representing the University of Western Australia, Connor Brace, Ethan Bromley, coached by Roland Warren, Mia Williams and Jonathan Jaschke.
Thank you, Lizzie. As well into the second 500 metres of this race. Now the final of the Under-23 lightweight men's Coxless pair, and it was a pretty good battle at the head of the field for the lead here. It was narrowly with Mercantile at the 500 metre mark of the race. Alex Tomanovitz and Oscar Tyrrell there for the Mercantile Rowing Club on the left of screen, but I would venture that UTS Haberfield have gone past them now into the lead, and they have indeed, only narrowly so. UTS. Third was Connor Brace and Ethan. The Toowong combination in fourth, Thomas Daly and the yellow colours of the Toowong Rowing Club. around there following these lightweight men's Cox's pair. From New South Wales. Great. It is the UTS Haberfield crew, Nicholas Mather and Zink Bosco, who continue to lead, and it does. They are one half of the New South Wales lightweight men's four that will race for the Penrith. Tomanovitz in so rowing in the Mercantile crew. He'll race for the ACT, the Oracle of ACT rowing. Stuart John assures me. But he's seen the light, moved to Melbourne, and with Oscar Tyrrell. I'm about to get now 3/4 of a length from Mercantile. Tomanovitz and Tyrrell back then to the University of Western Australia. Clearly third, Connor Brace and Ethan Bromley, who are coached by Roland Warren, Mia Williams and Jonathan Jaski. And then the combination from Queensland, Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly. So potentially the Daly brothers there from Toowong. Would be my suspicion, but they are in fourth place, just outside the medal. So 4 states represented here, and the territory in the form of the former Canberran Alex Tomanovitz in the Mercantile combination. But those two have gone well clear in this race. The under-23 lightweight men's Cox's pair. Mercantile won this event last year with Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney, and Nick Mather and convert their silver medal exactly that now with about 200 metres to go. But down the southern side of the Sydney International Regatta. Great finish, a gap back behind those two. To the University of Western Australia, Connor Brace and Ethan Bromley there ahead of Toowong. It is UTS Haberfield. Tomanovitz and Tyrrell get the rating up in the boat. The UTS Haberfield crew by about a canvas with 2 or 3 strokes to go. UTS Haberfield in front, Mercantile get the win. Another brilliant finish in the lightweight racing. This time the under-23 lightweight men's Cox's pair. It goes to Nick Mather and Zink Bosco, silver medalist last year, gold in 2024. Alex Tomanovitz and Oscar Tyrrell, brilliant at the finish, but just missing out. And a bronze medal will go to Connor Brace and Ethan Bromley from the University of Western Australia. 4th place, Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly from Toowong. A great finish there once again, the final of the under-20.
Indeed it was. The less than 0.4 of a second. What a race. Congratulations to UTS Haberfield. We now move to the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair. The medals will be presented by Lyle McCarthy, senior coach of the Australian men's team and Olympic gold medal coach. Our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2024 in the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair are Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball and Amelie McComb. In the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair.
like we're just underway in the A final also, Lizzie, the Open Lightweight Women's Singles Cup, with the B final approaching us as well down here at the finish and into the final, almost the final quarter of the race, in fact, between two Victorians, Kana Kukamasa of Melbourne University lane 4 and Antonetta Cosmo of Banks on lane 5, who is the race being led very comfortably by the accomplished sculler from Banks, Antonetta Cosmo, who will race for Victoria Sunday afternoon. She is in the B final only by virtue of having an underweight to B final, but as we heard Ray and Lizzie say a number of times this morning, if you can't is doing precisely that now with a huge lead. Come through the 1500 Banks in a time of 6:13.50 from Melbourne University. The sculler from Banks. That is Melbourne Uni's Kana Kukamasa. Melbourne Uni from our following umpires, a camera pitches at the same time, but there is the lead to Antonetta Cosmo from the Banks Rowing Club in Melbourne. She was around about I think it was 2018 or 2017 possibly, and gradually moved up. She actually spoke to her during the Head of the Schoolgirls on the weekend and admitted that as a school rower, rowing even existed, but she's found herself, found her way into both on Sunday afternoon, and certainly now an accomplished lightweight rower as well, and no doubt had designs on a higher finish than what will be 9th place overall. She's racing the B final and she's going to win it very from Banks. Antonetta Cosmo leads the field of two into the final strokes in the B final of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia for 9th and 10th place, with the top 8 now racing in the A final as well. So it is a B final win to Antonetta Cosmo from the Banks Rowing Club. She comes across on lane 5 to record a very comfortable victory here, as Kana Kukamasa now just goes inside the red boys of the final 100 metres of the course. So 8:18.46 it looks like will be the unofficial winning time, and the margin we'll get to as Kana Kukamasa comes across the line shortly, and we'll have a look at the athletes in the A final on their way down the course as well. The sculler from Melbourne University in 2nd place, 28.2 metres. Finalists on the course now in race 292, the final, Lizzie, of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull for the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy.
Indeed it is, and it's Izzy Emery from the University of Western Australia in lane 1 and Hayley Rowe of the University of Western Australia in lane 2. They are both coached by Roland Warren, Mia Williams and Jonathan Jenschke. In lane 3 from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. In lane 4, Annika Reardon from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5, Verena Zilm of Buckingham Rowing Club, coached by Abby Crow. In lane 6, Pham Thi Tao from Team Vietnam, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 7, a third sculler from the University of Western Australia, Lara Glendenning, also coached by Roland Warren, Mia Williams and Jonathan Jenschke. And completing our field of 8 from Wendouree Ballarat, sculler Kelly Egan, who is coached by Sam Hutchison. Oh, we've been talking about state representation, and we have Verena Zilm in the Tasmanian lightweight women's quad, but of course she was a stalwart of the South Australian lightweight squad for so many years.
Generating a pace, there's plenty of it happening at the moment. certainly fancy their chances in that line.
They will, and they always do put on a good effort, don't they? We've got the very talented Annika Reardon out in front here, representing ANU and the ACT, coached by Nigel Harding, and obviously training there in that great squad of women at the ANU.
Yes, who's so half of the
lightweight women
combination. Doing some speed trolling over the course. They've got Annika Reardon and Georgia
Miansaro, yes.
Who won this event last year, in fact. Georgia Miansaro for Sydney Uni ahead of Annika Reardon, but she's not in the race today. They have raced double scull a couple of times and are looking for a prognostic speed or a time quick enough to justify their continuing on to the Olympic qualification regatta. But it is certainly Annika Reardon out of front. Maggie Foley in second place, the sculler from Corio Bay in Geelong. Now, she is a 4-time in-a-row champion. A regatta you would love, Lucy, the Australian Henley on the Yarra, held in February each year, complete with a PIMS bar.
Thank you. That's the important bit.
Indeed. In fact, I got caught in the PIMS bar in the lunch break of the regatta this year because
what a terrible shame.
I know.
Was it a struggle?
They started racing a few minutes on the banks of the PIMS bar, and there were boats coming down. And old judges' box on the Yarra, and you have to climb a ladder to get up there. So it's not just a simple case of taking your seat and describing your race. There's some running and climbing and virtually the full triathlon.
Spill any?
Didn't spill a drop. No, never do that. I wouldn't waste a pin. But absolutely. So it's a great regatta, that one. From Annika Reardon and Verena Zilm, the South Australian, now Tasmanian, in third spot. Maggie Foley's really coming home strong here. She's a great match racer. The Henley Regatta is one-on-one, and she's won so many races there over the years that I've seen, but still narrowly trails Annika Reardon from the Australian National University. Maggie Foley by Lee Hall Sullivan on the Bowen River. In this race, she's got within about half a length now of Annika. A very good finish by the sculler from Geelong, and she's got the rating right up, and Annika Reardon has a look, keeps the power and maintains a single sculls championship of Australia. Annika Reardon first, a silver medal to Maggie Foley from Corio Bay. Third will go to Verena Zilm of Buckingham in Tasmania. Then Team Vietnam, Pham Thi Tao will finish in fourth place. Fifth and sixth on either side of the course. Looks like that will be Lara Glendinning there of the University of Western Australia in fifth place. And sixth lane 2, Hayley Rowe, also from the University of Western Australia, as is Izzy Emery, who'll come in seventh, and eighth will be the sculler from Wendouree Ballarat, Kelly Egan.
So I was going to say, Annika Reardon has just posted 7 minutes behind her in second place.
Absolutely, and again, just great racing in the lightweight events here. It does make you wonder why the category is under such threat around the world, because that's some of the best racing in the regatta so far we've seen in the last hour or so.
Yes, 100%. So, continuing our celebration of lightweight rowing, we move to the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ellen Randell, rowing Australia's and bronze medalists, the University of Western Australia. Connor Brace. And Ethan Bromley. The crew is coached by Roland Warren, Mia Williams and Jonathan Jaschke. In second place and silver medalists, Mercantile Rowing Club. Oscar Tyrrell. gold medalists and Australian champions for Club. Nicholas Mato and Zink Bosco. The crew was coached by Sam Fennessy and Matthias Ungermark. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair.
We want to congratulate all the cyclists who are wearing helmets. Much better performance today. A lot more people with helmets on, but we need 100% compliance, please.
So that was an exciting race there in the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull, and now we move on to the A final of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull, where we have Sam Casey from Tasmania, Duc from Team Vietnam in lane 2. In lane 3, Liam McCoy from the University of Queensland Boat Club. In lane 4, Nick Zygetter from Banks. In lane 5, Alec Patterson from Cand Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In lane 6, Wyatt Batt from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 7, Jordan Roberts from Mercantile Rowing Club. And in lane 8, Jonathan Adams from ANU of the AC.
Well, through the halfway mark now of this race, and it is a very handy lead there to the lane 5 sculler from Cand. Alec Patterson, coached by Ben Southwell and Gus Rodero at the Cand Rowing Club in Brisbane, and he's gone out to about probably a 3-length lead there over Nick Zygetter from Banks in second place, who's coached by Brendan Scott. Blue boat there in the background too, which is Dinte Duc of Team Vietnam, who'd been about 4th place, or 4th or 5th place at least. 3rd at halfway was with Jordan Roberts of Mercantile. ...100 metres, and certainly no we do have the full field of 8, but they are certainly quite spread out on the outside lanes. It looked for a minute like there was a vacant lane in the centre of the course, but not quite the case. They're all there, but certainly crews on the extremity have dropped a little bit back. Liam McCoy still there for University of Queensland, and Wyatt Batt of Sydney Uni sitting in our top 6 as well, ahead of Sam Casey from Tasmania University, and then Jonathan Adams from the Australian National University. So they do close in on the final 500 metres. See the flagpoles there on the left, which our peloton is going past now, as does Alec Patterson from Cand Rowing Club in the centre of the course, and the lead just increased a little bit more there, now 7 points. In second place, 3rd was still there with, in fact, Team Vietnam. Dinte Duc had moved up into 3rd, just ahead of Jordan Roberts of Mercantile. Liam McCoy then of the University of Queensland. Wyatt Batt from Sydney Uni. Sam Casey of Tasmania University, and Jonathan Adams from the Australian National University does trail the field in 8th place, but our Alec Patterson from Cand in Queensland. Australian Henley Regatta, making it all the way through to the final, where he's beaten by James Mead. Double scull, at least, I can tell you that much, along with James Mead at Banks. And he sits here in second place, the silver medal spot, with Dinte Duc of Team Vietnam in that distinctive light blue boat. Wyatt Batt then from Sydney. Row the Penrith Cup crew as well on Sunday afternoon, so some strong lightweight. Patterson, the sculler from Queensland, comfortably clear here. Dinte Duc of Team Vietnam and that light blue boat finishing pretty well too on the far side of the course. A clear 3rd, and moving up too on Nick Zygetter from Banks, but no one will catch our runaway race leader here. It's going to be the Cand Rowing Club from Brisbane, Alec Patterson, who comes across and takes out the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. It'll be the Banks colours next across as Nick Zygetter Does well to hold on to second spot by just over a length from Team Vietnam's Din Tay Duc, who'll finish third and take the bronze medal. He's very, very happy with that too, as our visitor from Team Vietnam. Fourth will go to Jordan Roberts of and then it will be Adams.
As our final sculler approaches the line, confirming the results of race number 294, the A final of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. A win for Alec Patterson of Cand and the Queensland Academy of Sport. From the Team Vietnam. Fourth, Mercantile Jordan Roberts. Fifth, Sydney University Wyatt Batt. Sixth, University of Queensland Liam McCoy. Seventh, Tasmania University Sam Casey. And eighth, the Australian National University Jonathan Adams. Winning time 6 minutes 59.68. Presentation of medals and the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy for the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. Westgarth, rowing Australia. Third, Rowing Club, Verena Zilm. Verena is coached by Abby Crow. Second place and silver medalist, representing Corio Bay Rowing Club, Maggie Foley. Maggie is coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024, representing and the ACT High Performance Program by Nigel Harding. And the Herald and Weekly Times. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champion and medalists in the Open Light.
Lizzie, I think for once we can relax for this particular race. We've had some frantic action in lightweight racing in the last hour or two, but if I was a betting man, I'd be putting the house on lane 5 here.
So here we have a crew that I believe was supposed to be Wyatt Batt, who we just saw racing that lightweight single scull, along with Jason Woodell. From the closeness of those two races, Dylan Lee, who is a young rower from Leichhardt Rowing Club, very talented, coached by Isaac Shepherd in the junior squad over there, and he is jumping in with Jason to row the straight final in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless pair, and sadly no opposition for them. Not quite sure what's happened to everybody else. Tom Lorridge is the coach of Wyatt Batt, Daniel Woodell the coach of Jason Woodell, and Jason is in our Penrith Cup crew for New South Wales, so he has been absolutely wonderful, Jason, in terms of rowing with young rowers and helping upskill them, get them used to competition at the national level. So you'll often see him in composites with young rowers, and he's doing the same thing here with Dylan, who has been racing in a under 17 maybe single. So either under 17 or under 19, I apologise, I don't remember Dylan, but a lovely row there for the two of them. And as I say, Jason paying it forward, as I always think, you know, giving back the way that he would have been brought on by members of Nepean Rowing Club when he was a youngster.
Yeah, great to see, and yes, it's not ideal to see a lack of opposition, but I don't think that will concern Dylan Lee and Jason Woodell. They've got a national gold medal waiting for them at the finish line at about 1,500 metres from now, as they do come through the first timing point there, 1:55.99 I think it was, so they are comfortably through the first 500 and racing their way down now to towards the end of the course, where collect their gold medal for this event, the Open Lightweight Men's at Coxless Pair, which is the last of the lightweight events on the for lunch. I didn't look over the page before, but the PR3 Women's Single Scull final is coming up next, which I know, Lizzie, you'll have a keen interest in once again.
Indeed.
A relatively short run break, in fact, until 1:30 when our under-17 women's Cox Quad Sculls begin on the course. A huge afternoon of racing of under-17 and 19 quads. The schools regatta begins with the heats of the singles and the fours as well. Not the eights today, but the under-19 eights are being raced this afternoon, the heats. And some of the club events. I know that our good friend Ben Homer has been preparing all day, in fact all week or some weeks, for the heat of the club men's double scull coming up this afternoon. So we'll keep a keen eye on that race as well.
Yes, I remember him racing that last year and being very keen on it too. So we would... The lightweight pair that we see in front of us, Jason, is in the lightweight 4 for the interstate regatta. So for those who are relatively new to the sport of rowing, we do finish our Open Championships, or our Australian Rowing Championships, with an interstate regatta which takes place on Sunday afternoon. There are a number of events. We have women's single scull and a men's single scull in both open and para. And a lightweight women's quad. And then for our sweep rowers, we have a youth women's 8 and a open men's 8 and an and it's such an in rowing championships. You see club versus club, state versus state, and then club versus club, and racing interstate combinations, because one of the lovely things about the Nationals is being able to do composites in some events. We see the best of our school rowers and our junior rowers, who sometimes aren't at a school, and then we get to finish off in the morning on Sunday with all the school rowing, and then finals, and then in the afternoon we have this interstate competition.
Yeah, and I know Ray Ebbets said many times that it's sort of unlike anything else in the world, where you get the various states come together and compete so passionately and so intensely for races in recent years. But,
and unfortunately, from my point of view, it's been very unfortunate that New South Wales hasn't been always winning the women's 8, because Victoria are very dominant in that.
They do have a good record there.
Always changes. There are always athletes retiring and other athletes breaking through.
Yeah, and I know strong hopes also for the Queensland crews in the youth 8 events especially. Great to see, and I think we've got some bigger fields this year too in a couple of races. The Tasmanian team and the ACT team a bit bigger in size than they've been for a couple of years.
I think there's a great deal of passion for its state team in ACT. It's you can feel it building all the time. There's some great rowing coming out of there. Yeah, and not to mention the Western Australians who have to bring their boats all the way across the country and compete here with such passion and excellence.
Yes, and it was great to go to Champion Lakes last year and have that national regatta over there too, which they hosted so magnificently on that very nice. I mean, the Champion Lakes course in many ways designed quite similarly to this one here at Penrith, with the same warm-up lake out the back. It's just a little bit further away, but it was certainly worth the trip across the country last year to compete at the Nationals or to watch, at least in our case, the National Championships taking place in Perth. But into the final strokes now of this race, or event at least, the final of the Open Lightweight Men's Cox's Pair, and it continues to be Dylan Lee and Jason Waddell making their way down the course. But yeah, unfortunately for lightweight rowing, these Olympics likely to be the last time we'll see the lightweight doubles race. The 4 already has been taken off the program. A couple of them have gone to replace with the women's 4, which we don't like because we won. But but the lightweight events has been such a great part of the Olympic competition for a long time, and that will likely cease to be the case after 2024.
That's true, although it's quite interesting. I don't think lightweight rowing was introduced to the Olympics until, what, late 70s, early 80s? Might even have been later than that.
I actually think it might have been around the early 90s, about the time that Peter Anthony and Stephen Hawkins, when they won their gold medal, were lightweights rowing an open weight double scull event at the time. So it may have been around that time that
right. Yeah.
it first came in.
Maybe I'm thinking of the World Championship, 76 might have been the first.
But certainly the Olympic movement does not like weight-restricted events, except in sports like boxing and those where it's obviously necessary, but not to be the case in rowing, as coastal rowing and other events will come in to take their place. 100-metre course. But anyway, we'll get to that later. Here come to claim the national of the and they're coached by in the open lightweight men's coxless pair. So well done to the two.
We move to the presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals being presented by Tom Westgarth, Senior Coach at the National Women's Training Centre. Third place and bronze medalist representing Vietnam, Dinh Tay Duc. Dinh Tay Duc was coached by Joe Donnelly. In second place and silver medalist representing Banks Rowing Club, Nick Zygetter. Nick is coached by Brendan Scott. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2024, representing Cand Rowing Club and supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Alec Southwell and Augustin Redero. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champion and our medalists in the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull.
As for the final time this morning, although it's already this afternoon here, but the last race before lunch is the final of the PR3 Women's Single Scull. And we do have a full field of 8, must have been exactly
Which is
8 entries in this event,
yeah,
I think. So
and we have some real variety in this particular field. I'm sorry, I'm just hesitating because the lineup I've got is a little bit different to my original list. So let's just run through.
That there's been, I think Rebecca Markwell has been
she's
moved
vision
to the outside
impaired.
lane.
Yes, of course.
And she has therefore swapped positions with the Bundaberg sculler Eleanor Taylor. So swapped
there we go.
lanes
Thank
8
you.
and 5, and the rest of the field is as listed.
As
but yes,
was.
the visually impaired sculler. As happened yesterday,
That's
I think,
true.
during the men's event, put in the outside lane to assist with the steering of that boat.
Of course. So in lane 1, we have Lisa Greisel. She represents Lake Macquarie Rowing Club and she is the reserve for the Olympic PR3 double scull. In lane 2, we have Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Kathleen Hextall. In lane 3, we have current world champion in the PR3 double scull, Nikki Ayres, representing the Capital Lakes Rowing Club of ACT. In lane 4, Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 6, Kaylee Mitchell from the University, Eleanor Taylor from Community Rowing. In lane 6, Kaylee Mitchell from the University of Queensland Boat Club. In lane 7, Lauren Webber from Community Rowing. And in lane 8, as we explained before, Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg Rowing Club of Queensland, coached by Alan Goff. Rebecca is vision impaired, so she will be assisted by a guide and hence be in an outside lane.
A chance to get a great look inside the start complex here too at the Sydney International Regatta Centre as this race is soon to get underway. There is our starter with a view out the course, not something we often get to see from this end of the complex. In yellow, very similar yellow to that of the Bundaberg Rowing Club, which Rebecca Markwell there closest to the camera is wearing as well. We do thank all of our volunteers again, and remind you still it's not too late if you wish to be a volunteer for the final 3 and a bit days of the regatta. Bianca Chera from Rowing Australia is still taking anyone who is happy to spend a shift or two assisting, especially in the spectator services area. And on the subject of volunteers, we also thank Newcastle Grammar School, who provided the tray holders for this morning's presentation. But Lizzie, we're underway in race 296.
We are, and a great start there for Lisa Greisel over in lane 1 for Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Lisa, who came to the sport of rowing through the surgeon that she met when she was operated on with cancer, and her leg impairment qualifies her for para rowing, and I think through rowing she has found a new group of friends, a great community, and she's been
Sculler there in lane 5, which is the community sculler from here in Sydney. Eleanor Taylor, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. One of 2 of the, in fact 3 community scullers in the race. So we heard from Chris yesterday about the relatively new community rowing club, which is a very inclusive club that has a strong para rowing program. And they've got a good field here. Well, a good entrant of 3 across the course here, but the race lead looks to be with the lane 3 sculler, Nikki Ayres of Capital Lakes, unsurprisingly out in front here. She was the winner of the interstate single scull last year for the AC.
Yeah. Nikki, she's our only Paralympian in this field, having represented Australia in Tokyo in 2021 in the PR34, and then moved across to sculling, where she has successfully doubled up with Jed Olschwager, I think we saw earlier, in the PR3 double scull. And taking out the World Championships last year, a very fast combination. Now the PR3 double is a new inclusion at the Olympic level, and so both Nikki and Jed keenly looking forward to, they've qualified themselves for Paris and keenly looking forward to getting started on international level competition to see if they could take out Australia's first gold Paralympic medal.
Well, yes, that'd be certainly quite the achievement. And the Paralympic program is growing, the Paralympic rowing program?
Well, I think it's been expanded by having a PR3 double at Olympic level. We've certainly, I think, got better numbers at state and national level now. I think there's been a lot of para rowing across the different clubs. It's a question. Enough coaches is the main problem, I think. The equipment. Marks, and now we have Chad King and James Loveday, especially James, going around the country talking to people, encouraging them, helping them with equipment, and that's really seen people gain more confidence to actually give a good crack at national level. And that's increasing the competition at national level will always lift your game and lift your results, I think.
3 men's singles, so we had to have heats and repêchages to get through, and Stuart John was concerned about the need for the 2 extra races to get through to the final, but in this case exactly 8 entrants. It's been led in any case still very comfortably at halfway by Nikki Ayres from the Capital Lakes Rowing Club in the ACT. Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie, I should say, is in 2nd place in lane 1, and then Drummoyne's Stephanie Walker, who's coached by Kathleen Hextall, sits Bronte Marshall, in fact, I should say, from Community. There is that's lane 4 in 3rd place. She's coached by Anne Craig, Liam Jones and Barbara Ramjam, and then Kaylee Mitchell from the University of Queensland. So there are
Yeah, we've seen Kaylee performing quite strongly in able-bodied boats. She's quite young, so she's in the under-19 quad scull, I think, for them. So yes, we've got Nikki Ayres in the lead there. She is the ACT's state representative at the interstate competition we were talking about earlier. Lisa Greisel, who will be representing New South Wales in that interstate competition. But Bronte Marshall has represented New South Wales on a couple of occasions and medalled. And she also has represented Australia at the Virtus Global Games.
You mentioned Kaylee Mitchell too, the Queenslander. She rode last year for Queensland in the PR3 single as well, finishing in 4th place in that race. And also an interstate rower there, one of the 2 Queenslanders in the race. The other one, Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg, who's been working as a
volunteer. She did represent for years.
She did indeed, yes.
Yeah,
exactly. So. But I was just going to say she's also been working as a volunteer at this regatta as well.
Good on
Rebecca Markwell and her mother as well. So it's great to see the Markwells from Bundaberg here in numbers volunteering, and now having some racing out on the water as well for the Bundaberg Rowing Club, which is such a strong hub of rowing in not quite central Queensland, Rockhampton, central Queensland, but in championships over 4 days up to Rockhampton this year as well, so it's a country. Now 6:13:30 her time, and she continues to extend that lead on Lisa Greisel in 2nd. Turn a similarly substantial margin back behind Lisa Greisel to the rest of the field in this PR3 women's place. Bronte Marshall from Community. Behind her, it looks like Kaylee Mitchell of the University of Queensland, and Eleanor Taylor from Community thereabouts as well. But you can see there from that fantastic shot from above, the leaders are certainly on the southern side of the course, the right-hand side of the screen here in the PR3 Women's Single Scull Final.
So Nikki Ayres representing Capital Lakes Rowing Club, and she certainly learnt to scull in Canberra, but in an effort to secure this place in the PR3 double that she so keenly wanted to contest and get selected into, she made a move to South Institute so that she and Jed can train together. And I think it's been I think we talked to her last year in WA about the fact that she was going to make that move, and the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and a gold medal, Australia's first ever gold medal in para rowing. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, we look forward to that too. Of course, the Paris Paralympics will follow usually about 2 weeks after the conclusion July, so a fantastic month or so.
August.
Soon afterwards, so the middle of the year, some late nights and early mornings and sleepless times ahead. Looking like the rowing regatta in Tokyo it turned out to be as well, and we'll see Nikki Ayres there on the Paris Paralympics course, but she leads very, very comfortably here. The PR3 Women's Single Scull, Nikki Ayres across for the win on lane 3. Second will go to Lisa Greisel of the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, right across on the southern side of the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So she will claim the silver medal. And then the bronze, as it's been for quite some time, pretty safely in the hands of the sculler there in the colours of the Community Rowing Club with the bright green cap, I think we could call that one. Some more high-vis She has a quick check to see the line about 20 metres away, and will come across and secure a bronze. There, Bronte Marshall in 3rd. 4th will go to the University of Queensland, Kaylee Mitchell, coached by Michael Russell, who's of course so involved in Community without the high-vis cap. Will be Lauren Webber on lane 7. She'll be followed home with 3 scullers to go, and our rescue boats and umpires following down the course as they come in for their lunch break. It looks like Stephanie Walker of Drummoyne on the southern side has just ahead of Rebecca Markwell of Bundaberg on this grandstand side. Not too much between. Final scullery race, Eleanor Taylor will be across in 8th place shortly, but we'll just see who gets 6th and who gets 7th here. It's still tight between these two, but Drummoyne Stephanie Walker, oh, it might have been the a late strong finish, and on it certainly will be. Right, stand by for the placing shortly. But Nikki Ayres certainly the winner, 8:18.08. 16.76 seconds, her margin of victory over Lisa Grimes. Single scull.
Now we move to the presentation of medals for the lightweight men's coxless pair championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Tom Westgarth, senior coach at Rowing Australia Women's National Training Centre. And in our open and 24, representing Nepean and Leichhardt rowing clubs are Dylan Lee and Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club. Jason is coached by Daniel Waddell. Dylan is coached by Isaac Shepherd, and Thomas Lorridge also coaching this combination. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champions in the lightweight men's coxless pair.
The unofficial result has come through in that last race. Lizzie, it looks like Rebecca Markwell might have got that by 0.02 of a second. I believe so. 6th place looks like it will go to the sculler from Bundaberg, ahead of Drummoyne Stephanie Walker. At this stage, 0.02 between that result is unofficial. Come up, and in fact, that is now the official result of race 296, which is the final race of the first half. To Nikki Ayres and our medalists.
Indeed, which confirming were Capital Lakes sculler Nikki Ayres in gold medal position, Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie in 2nd position, and Bronte Marshall of Community Rowing Club in the 3rd position. National Regatta Centre in the event of an emergency or evacuation. We'd like you to follow the reminder that all cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. We'd ask you to avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended, and to keep Cirque clean. Please make sure that you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Also, make sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long-sleeved shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to get daily draws. Visit our website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. Park to service your boats and provide the spare parts. Wintec, RowFit, Row Gear and Perfect Balance Rowing. Traders in our regatta village, where there are a range of products and services on offer. We've got you covered from head to toe with high-definition sport lenses. Republic, rowing apparel from 776 BC and innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. Plus, don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the Regatta Shop. There are refreshments available thanks to Bonsor. And Arrival Kit have custom apparel available. Check out our health and wellness traders, Elements Float Health Foundation, dedicated to building a mentally fit future, and they are here raising money with the 24-hour row. Single Scull Championship of Australia. In third place and bronze medal. And Barbara Ramjam. Presenting Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Gold medalist and Australian Rowing Club, and supported by the South Australians. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national women's single scull.
Congratulations there to our other great win there too. Medal presenters for all their hard work today, and the Newcastle Grammar students with the tray holding as well. We resume racing shortly, but a very short lunch break here. And at 1:30 we'll have the first of the repechauges of the under-17 women's at Cox Quad Scull coming up soon. So racing to resume in about 20 minutes time, and Ray Hibbert and Owen Nix will be here to bring it to you.